We're getting ready to call the meeting to order. Okay. Ladies.
Present.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, February 2nd, 2024. We're calling to order the City of Carson Housing Authority, Successor Agency, and City Council agenda. In accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, if you require a disability-related modification or accommodation to attend or participate in this meeting, including auxiliary aids or services, please call the City Clerk's office at 310-952-1720 at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. The public may address the members of the City Council on any matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council or on any items on the agenda of the City Council during the designated public comment periods. There will be 2 oral communication sessions, one for agendized items and one for non-agendized items. The oral communications portion of the agenda is limited to a duration of 1 hour unless otherwise approved by the City Council. Comment time is normally 3 minutes, depending on the number of speakers. The public may view the City Council meeting on the city's website. The meeting will be streamed live over the internet via www.carsonca.gov or on YouTube, www.youtube.com/c/c, City of Carson, California official YouTube page, or on cable TV Spectrum 35 and AT&T Channel 99. If you're not able to attend the meeting in person, public comments can be submitted before the meeting via email. Public comments may be emailed to cityclerks@carsonca.gov. The cutoff time to submit any email communications is 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Written communications can be dropped off at the City Clerk's office or in the written box outside of City Hall. The cutoff time to submit any written communication is 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Written communications dropped off at the City Clerk's office or at the white box or any email received will not be read aloud at the City Council meeting, but will be circulated to the City Council and incorporated into the record. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's hot. Councilmember Rojas.
Present.
Councilmember Deere.
Present.
Councilmember Hicks.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Present.
Mayor Davis Holmes.
Present.
Thank you.
We'll have a flag salute by our councilwoman, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I'm pleased that we're having our invocation by none other than Bishop Brian L. Smith, Senior from Lifting the Veil Ministries. Bishop.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Holmes and Mayor Pro Temp Hilton and Councilman Hicks and all the councilmen. Bring you greetings from Gethsemane Christian Love Missionary Baptist Church. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you, Lord of hosts, today to ask for your peace, your wisdom, and direction over the city of Carson, California. Lord, you are the Prince of Peace and the source of all wisdom. We seek your divine intervention to guide the hearts and the minds of those in leadership with this city. May they be led by your Spirit, making decisions that foster love, unity, and prosperity for all the residents here in Carson. Grant them godly wisdom to navigate the complexity of governance and social issues and community relations. Help them to see beyond personal or political agendas, focusing instead of what is truly beneficial for the common good. May their leadership be a testament to your grace, bringing together diverse communities in a spirit of harmony and cooperation. We pray for peace to prevail in every corner of Carson. From its blustering streets to its quiet neighborhoods, let your presence be felt in every home, school, and workplace. Heal division, soothe tensions, and inspire collective commitment to kindness and mutual respect. Bless the city of Carson with prosperity, safety, and well-being. May it be a place where love conquers indifference, where hope overcomes despair, where every individual feels valued and heard, and empower its leaders and citizens alike to work hand in hand for the betterment of the city, reflecting your love and your light to everyone. May your wisdom, O God, guide us towards action. They build up rather than tear down, that unite rather than divide. May the city of Carson, under the leadership of Mayor Lula Holmes Davis, be a shining example of what can be achieved when a community comes together under the guidance of your Holy Spirit and the principles of your love. As you bless this council, as you bless this city, as you bless the community and the hearts and the minds of your people, I promise, Lord, we promise to bless you back by blessing your name and your people. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen, amen, and amen.
Thank you, Bishop.
God bless you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, any comments on closed session items?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with legal counsel in the matter of Cam Carson LLC versus City of Carson, case number 20 SDCV 16461. And the Mayor Pro Tem just asked that I request to add a subsequent need item. He indicated there's an issue he would like to discuss in closed session, that there's potential litigation, and it has to do with the storm, so it cannot wait until the next council meeting, and it just came to his attention. You would have to vote to add that to the closed session.
Motion that we add it as a urgency item.
It's been moved and properly second. Please cast your vote. My mic wasn't on.
Madam Mayor, it's unanimous. Motion carries.
Thank you. It is now 5:10. We should return by 6 o'clock. Thank you.
In August of 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his I Have a Dream speech, which greatly impacts society.
The evolution of a leader, teacher, father, husband, son, scholar, activist, minister, humanitarian, author. Dr. King left some big shoes.
King, I want you to know that anytime you want to make change, sometimes that may not be popular for some. We celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. King tonight, but long ago they didn't celebrate him. But tonight we pause in the city of Carson to celebrate the life and the legacy of Dr. King. So we all are living the dream. We all are living that where he ran and said he dreamed that we all could come together one day, all of God's children, black men and white men, live out the true meaning of the creed. So tonight we still have work to do, but at the same time we pause and celebrate his life and his legacy. Thank you so much.
It is okay to be afraid, but it is not okay to let fear paralyze you and stop you from reaching your destiny. It is much easier to stay put and never push ourselves to grow. But our evolution requires us to move from basic to brilliant, minimal to magnificent, fearful to phenomenal. And you deserve to live a life that is spectacular, brilliant, magnificent, and phenomenal. That is the trajectory of your evolution.
His well-known speech influenced the federal government to create the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. As a result, segregation was ended in the United States.
Greetings, Carson family. The city is holding a community website engagement meeting on Tuesday, February 13th at 5 p.m. located at the Carson Event Center, Hall B. It will be presented by me, Ngozi Chukwumordi. The engagement meeting aims to gather opinions of both residents and business owners regarding the current website and their suggestions on what items and features should appear on the new website. Hope to see you there.
In August of 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his I Have a Dream speech, which greatly impacted society.
The evolution of a leader, teacher, father, husband, son, scholar, activist, minister, humanitarian, author. Dr. King left some big shoes.
Dr. King, I want you to know that anytime you popular for some. We celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. King tonight, but long ago they didn't celebrate him. But tonight we pause in the city of Carson to celebrate the life and the legacy of Dr. King. So we all are living the dream. We all are living that where he ran and said he dreamed that we all could come together one day, all of God's children, black men and white men, and live out the true meaning of freedom. So tonight we still have work to do, but at the same time we pause and celebrate his life and his legacy. Thank you so much.
It is okay to be afraid. It is not okay to let fear paralyze you and stop you from reaching your destiny. It is much easier to stay put and never push ourselves to grow. But our evolution requires us to move from basic to brilliant, minimal to magnificent, fearful to phenomenal. And you deserve to live a life that is spectacular, brilliant, magnificent, and phenomenal. That is the trajectory of your evolution.
His well-known speech influenced the federal government to create the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. As a result, segregation was ended in the United States.
Greetings, Carson family. The city is holding a community website engagement meeting on Tuesday, February 13th at 5 p.m. located at the Carson Event Center, Hall B. It will be presented by me, Ngozi Chukwumordi. The engagement meeting aims to gather opinions of both residents and business owners regarding the current website and their suggestions on what items and features should appear on the new website. Hope to see you there.
Sound check, sound check.
Councilwoman? Coun- Good evening, everyone. We're going to reconvene from our closed session. Madam City Attorney, please report out on closed session items, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.91 to confer with legal counsel in the matter of Cam Carson LLC versus City of Carson, case number 20 STC V16461. No reportable action was taken. The council also added a subsequent need item because an issue had come to the council's attention after the posting of the agenda that could not wait until the next council meeting. That issue was also discussed. There was no reportable action on that either. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, okay, Director Pastrelli will not be here. We're going to reschedule that to the 5th. That's item number 3. Item number 4 is a report from Captain Jones. Is he here, Captain? There's Captain Jones right there. Well, hi, Captain.
Hello, hello. How's everyone?
Good.
Good evening. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, the council, city manager, and your entire team. Just a few updates from the station since our last meeting. We had the pleasure of attending the Chamber of Commerce quarterly breakfast a couple weeks ago. The team went out and helped out with the Greater Los Angeles homeless count on the 24th. Our traffic office, they conducted a traffic enforcement operation in the south part of the city a couple weeks ago, and it yielded 8 hazardous traffic citations regarding speeding as well as use of cell phones, and we end up towing 1 vehicle also. Our special assignment officers have been very busy helping out throughout the city as well as in the South Bay area and throughout the county. They helped out the Regional Human Trafficking Task Force with the statewide operation, which resulted in a number of arrests. And then the best part of that, we were able to rescue a bunch of adult and juvenile victims who were victims of human trafficking. So we're very happy about that, our SAO team taking part in that. The special assignment team also assisted our narcotics detectives in a search warrant operation of a local area street gang member who was arrested, as well as they were able to seize 25 grams of powder cocaine and ecstasy pills before they got into the wrong hands and affected our youth out there. So we're also happy about that work. Coming up, we will be having a civilian advisory meeting on the 13th. We're going to have a coffee with the cop event with one of our local community groups, Carson Collab, which is located at 441 East Carson Street, and that's going to be on the 20th of this month from 11 to 12 p.m. So we're inviting everyone to come out, have just a conversation with us, and we can sit down and talk and just learn more about each other. Our recruitment unit from our department, as you may know, we are hiring and we're looking for a lot of good men and women, but our recruitment unit, they're going to be having a recruitment workshop right here at the Carson Event Center on the 17th of this month from 10 to 12, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. They'll be there to answer questions, go over the hiring process, go over benefits, pay, as well as the minimum requirements to become a deputy sheriff. If you need more information, you can reach out to the recruitment unit at 1-800-A-DEPUTY, or you can go on the website at lasd.org. As I mentioned at our last council meeting, we're still looking for those who want to participate in our civilian academy. We're still taking applications. You can contact Sergeant Armando Hernandez or Deputy Amy Valdez for more information in our community relations office. I know we all are seeing the weather. As we experience this severe weather, I just want to reach out to our community and just remind everyone, please use caution. Ensure that your family is up to speed on your emergency preparedness plans. Have your medication, your pets, any essential needs readily available and ready to grab just in case of any type of emergency. As the team has been out there, we have responded to a few traffic collisions. So please slow down, watch your speed. And then if you do, unfortunately, start to hydroplane or start losing control of your vehicle while out there, we recommend do not slam on the brakes. We recommend that you take your foot off the accelerator, lightly pump the brakes, turn your steering wheel in the direction that the car is already going in, and try to remain calm and do not panic. If you do see a bunch of still water, flood water, or a bunch of puddles of water, do not try to cross or go over them. You will get stranded and stuck, and we do not want to see you become trapped. We want to make sure everyone makes it to and from their locations or back home safely. Just know, although it is a busy time for all emergency first responders, we want you to be assured that we are here and ready and prepared to respond with any emergency, not by ourselves, but also with our emergency partners like the LA County Fire and other emergency partners. So that concludes my report. We want everyone please stay safe. Thank you for your support in the men and women of Carson Sheriff Station. Any questions of me?
Thank you. Any comments from my colleagues?
Nope, good report.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Next, we'll have a report from Chief Munoz from the LA County Fire Department.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm going to be taking Chief Munoz's spot, Martin Maher,
Hi,
working for
Martin.
him today. Good evening. I'm just going to briefly talk about the just statistics for last month. Last month, the City of Carson, the fire department went on 17 fires. They have one overpressure or rupture type incident, 718 emergencies, meaning rescues or medical emergencies. Went on 7 hazardous conditions, 9 service calls, 234 good intent calls, and 39 false alarm or false calls. There were also finally 10 special incident type calls. Do you guys have any questions regarding any of those? Or?
No, I think we're good. And thank you so much.
Okay,
We appreciate
sure.
it. Send our regards to the captain.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right.
Have a good night.
You too.
Item number 6, MPT.
So tonight, the mayor's recusing herself this portion of the meeting. And I will take item number 6. We're going to go down and do presentations. We have a number of presentations, and we're going to take a picture. But first, those presentations that are to be read to the mayor, we'll have you come to the podium. This is a certificate a presentation from the office of our Congresswoman, Nanette Barragan, also our Senator Stephen Bradford, our Assemblymember Mike Gibson, Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal, and our LA County Supervisor Holly Mitchell, recognizing Mayor Lula Davis Holmes as the first elected female African-American mayor in the city of Carson. So we're going to receive those proclamations, and we'll come down and take a picture as well. So first from our Congresswoman's office. You could read them, and then we coming down.
Hi, everyone. My name is Casey. I'm here from the office of Congresswoman Nanette Diaz-Barragan. She is currently in D.C., so I have the privilege of giving this certificate of recognition on her behalf, but she is looking forward to honoring you at the end of the month herself at our Black History Month commemorative on February 24th. So the certificate reads, Certificate of Congressional Recognition presented to Mayor Lula Davis Holmes in recognition of your accomplishments as the first elected female African-American mayor of the city of Carson. Thank you for your outstanding leadership and dedication to our community. On behalf of California's 44th Congressional District, congratulations on this great achievement and happy Black History Month.
Please convey to our Congresswoman, my Congresswoman, that I said thank you very, very, very much. It's an honor for her to take the time, as with all of the elected officials, to recognize me, and I'm just so honored. I always say when people ask me, how does it feel to be the first African American? I said I don't put African American on it. I was chosen because of the work that I do, I have done in this city, and I don't like to put tags on it. And I'm just honored to serve the residents here in the great city of Carson, which I have been doing for a long time. Look at all your ears perk up. And I just wanted to say thank you for this honor. I take it very seriously. So thank you so much. And tell the Congresswoman I will be expecting her personal. Thank you. We'll do a photo op real quick. And stick around. I want to do one big group photo with everyone once we do them one by one, please.
Thank you for having me. Please excuse me, I have a bout of the hiccups. They tried to scare me earlier. I am fearless, so it didn't work. So I'm not going to read the certificate. I was so excited to come here and present this to our mayor. I am a fan of hers. She found out, my mom told her, because she's the only elected official that I come home and told my mom about, because I was impressed by her. She's so classy, and my impression of her, as a staffer, you come across a lot of elected officials, not all of them acknowledge you. And she always acknowledges me. I feel important, and to me, it says a lot about her because everybody matters. And a lot of leaders try to pull it off to varying degrees of success, but with her it's sincere, and I appreciate her for that. I couldn't think of someone more deserving to be honored during Black history, as you are one of our best and brightest, and I appreciate you.
Well, we're going to frame that one. That's the best. No, everybody's important to me. I don't care where you are on the totem pole, what you are. We all make this work together, and you can learn so much from your staff and your residents, and that's what I've done. I listen, and I do. I hug, and all of you guys, don't I? Where's my other people? I just let you know I appreciate you. I appreciate the work that you're doing, because sometimes this is a thankless position that we hold, and as field reps, I have two, and they're there to support us and keep us going and to represent us, and you represent so well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Is this on? Yes. Okay, cool. I'm Lizette Chimal. I'm from Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal's office. I'm also here, like everyone else, to present the mayor with the certificate of recognition. I won't read from it as well, but similar to what everybody else has been saying, we're really honored to be here and to give you the certificate, especially during Black History Month. It's truly been an honor working with you. On the 6th is actually, today is my 1-year anniversary of working with Assembly members. And so I've been, and since the very start, I've been working with you, and it's been amazing. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Well, thank you very, very much for being here, and tell our assembly members. We have 2 assembly members now. It's Carson, the 69th and the 65th Assembly District. And the assemblyman represents 69? 69. Mike Gibson represents 65. For some reason, they split our city in half. But that's okay. 2 sometimes is better than 1. Thanks. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember Mike Gibson's office.
Hi, June.
Yes, I will read mine, but I do have a small comment also too. So this is coming from the Assembly Member Mike Gibson, of course, the 65th District, in recognition of your extra. I mean, of course, this is Black History Month. Of course, she already has made history here in the city of Carson. Let's also talk about some of the other extraordinary and magnificent achievements she has done. Of course, dedication to the great city. Your leadership, you have garnered success in all aspects of recognition. The issues of the community, having programs for youth and seniors, creating jobs for citizens, committing to enhance services, ensuring well-being of every Carsonian living here. And of course, it definitely commends you for your endeavor, continued success in the city. And I think it still lingers in the memory right now that I had on your speech to Assemblymember Gibson back in this inauguration at Dominguez Hills. Correct my phrase. It's a phrase that I also, that the Assembly member goes by and he keeps saying it and I keep saying it, but I always get that mixed up. I apologize. I think it is serve the people you love, or is it love the people you serve? But it's either way, you just gotta love what you do and what you do for the great city of Carson.
Thank you. It's a phrase that I use all the time. It's I serve the people I love and I love the people I serve. And that's what I'm about. Carson, I love you. My husband says, sometimes I think you love that city more than you love me. But I tell him you're part of the number, so you get to deal with me at home. But I do. I take this position of service very serious, and I always tell the residents here in the city of Carson, I work for you. So when you call, I try to respond. I work for you. You know, it's not the other way around, because without you, there is no me. Okay, so thank you. Tell my assemblyman I said thank you very much, and keep using that phrase because he lives by it also. And could I have all of you come down, hold the certificates. And you know, my MPT is, I want to say thank you. I mean, he said it what did you say last time about me? I want to hear it again.
We just wanted to highlight our mayor being the first African-American mayor, and the city is doing the best it has ever done in the history of Carson. We have more reserves, more roads being repaired, more development going forth, and it's all under your leadership, and we're incredibly grateful for you. So we wanted to pause and just say we appreciate you.
And I want to pause and thank him. Now, for all of you that said all those nice, wonderful things about me, my field rep has your check in the bag. But thank you very much. We're going to do a group photo, but this is what we do. Even though we have the largest reserve and we're doing more, it's called a team effort. In order to get things done, you have to have a team that's behind you. And I always want to thank the management staff, our city manager, everyone. You bought into the vision. The city attorney, you know, you're my fearless, I call you my fearless city attorney. She was able to fight battles that some people would have walked away on and said, you know, we can't do this. But this team is here to provide you with the services and what you need. Every dollar that we have in reserve is for the residents. It's not for me to sit up and say I have X number. I know you heard it before. They first started calling me the $80 million woman. But I think that's gone up to over $100 million in reserves, 120, near 200. What is it now, Mr. City Manager? Oh, about to faint. But I'll say 180. He gave me a higher figure, but all this money is for you. So when you are going home and you see your streets being repaired, you see your trees being trimmed, you see your sidewalks, and one thing that I'm very, very proud of is that our children do not have to pay a registration fee to participate in any youth activity here in the great city of Carson. It was my idea, my colleagues, to say we want these kids back in the park. We want you away from those computers. Thank you. We want you socializing, doing that old school recreation, because that's where teens and you're building a foundation. And I'm looking at these kids sometimes and what they put out, I can't decode it. Well, if you go to work and get a job, what do all these codes mean? So I want them back in the parks. My colleagues, we want them back in the parks. So parents, I don't care who tells you when you go to sign up that you have a registration fee, you don't. And if they tell you do, you call one of us and we'll straighten them out real quick. Real quick. We were also able to get an endowment for the kids that could not afford uniforms. A company came forward and said, I want to be a part of this vision. So if a child cannot have a uniform, does not have the money, there's funds set aside to make that happen, okay? Every child should have the same opportunity. So if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 children, their registration is free. I don't want any parent, my colleagues and I, don't want any parent having to choose whether little Johnny or little Susie is going to play. If they want to play, they sign up, and I don't care how many kids there are, because there was a graduating scale at one time. Well, if I'm a single mother with 5 kids, that doesn't mean anything to me. I still have to choose. I don't want you choosing. We don't want you choosing. So with the surplus, we're giving back to our residents, and that's what it's all about. And I want to thank my colleagues on the city council for seeing the dream where we're going. This city is doing so well. You know, and I want to give back to our residents. So thank you, thank you, thank you for all those kind words. It's Black History Month, and I'll shut up. Thank you very much. The next is a certificate recognized in February as Black History Month. Where's it? Over here. MPT, I'm going to let you read this one. Oh, we got to give me those and we'll hand them out.
I want to read this proclamation recognizing this month of February as Black History Month. Whereas in 1976, Black history was formally adopted to honor and pay tribute to the importance of Black history throughout our American experience. And whereas the history of people of African heritage goes back thousands of years, and whereas Black History Month is a time for all Americans to reflect on the rich history and teachings of African Americans who have made significant contributions to modern society. And whereas it is only fitting that we set aside a special time to acknowledge this important segment of citizens of our community and their history that have made an impact on our national, social, scientific, and political landscape. And whereas a home to large African American.
And she was the first place. Come on up, sweetie. She was the first place winner of this award, and we wanted you to come before council. Do you guys have copies of those speeches? You don't? You don't? Well, I would like a copy of those speeches for my office. I mean, this is the first time that we had so many older children in high school, and you were just phenomenal. All of you were. You know, that came and they participated when we did our tribute to Dr. Martin Luther King. It was a fantastic program. And you don't want to miss Black History program either, because it's going to be fantastic also. So we wanted to let you come, have a few words, and present you with this Black History Month proclamation from your grateful city, and just say we look forward to bigger and better things for you. And I'm so excited about the fact that you did participate and you were first place winner, and all of the essay contests were just simply wonderful. Want to have a few words?
For me, this award means a lot to me. This award means a lot to me. I worked really hard with my essay. I wanted to write it about my personal experiences and the evolution of me. And I feel like me winning this, it just makes me feel like I could do anything because I worked really hard, and just seeing how much, like this means, it just means a lot to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're gonna do a group photo, and then after we present everyone, we're gonna do, we're gonna do an individual and then a group, okay? So turn around right here. Turn your proclamation Thank you. Thank you. The next one is Councilwoman Jala Angelique. Pronounce your last name for me. Oh, Jayla. Okay. Awesome, awesome. Just, did you bring your speech with you? Oh, you do? Okay, well, let the Carson hear this speech that we're not there, okay? Yeah. Come on, computer. Take your time. You have 1 minute.
3. I got it.
You got it?
It's that long. It's
That long. Sure. Okay. Good. 1 page.
Well, sweetie, if it was 2 pages, I want to hear the speech, okay?
The evolution of me. My perspective on life was very interesting. It changed with every life lesson and experience. It went from a gullible, overly selfless place to a mature, balanced, and happy place. But my hardest life lesson taught me more about myself than anything. I remember like it was yesterday, the first day I experienced bullying. It was a feeling I had never experienced. It was something I had only heard about and was one of the hardest things I've ever had to endure. At the time, my mother's words and anthem rang in my ears. I am who I say that I am, and that I am beautifully and wonderfully made. It had always been my shield of confidence until I got to this place called bullying. About a week later, things went from bad to horrible quickly. The bullies said that they didn't like the color of my skin, that I was too dark, too thick, and too tall. As a result, I experienced depression, anxiety, and loneliness. At the time, I didn't understand why this horrific situation was happening to me. I was a high-energy, very positive social butterfly who was nice and kind to everyone. As time progressed, I evolved, and I grew to understand that it had nothing to do with me, but with what others were going through in their own lives. The bully was just projecting onto me their own struggles. I understood that hurt people hurt people. With the help of my family, I was able to overcome this experience and evolve into an even stronger individual than before. This is why I created my anti-bullying campaign called the I Am campaign, to encourage, invoke change, and empower my peers who have had similar experiences. I am also the author of 3 books, I Am Who I Say That I Am, I Am Beautiful, and I Am Resilient. I don't have that one with me, by the way. I have released 3 songs that coincide with my anti-bullying campaign: Kaleidoscope, Be Yourself, and Beautiful. In conclusion, evolution is not always easy and is often a challenge, but can be a great reward if it is used and accompanied by a matured or evolved perspective. I know from experience how hard it can be to find peace during a storm. But I took my pain and devastation and used it to help and build up others in many communities and become the best version of myself. Thank you.
Now, you can do better than that. Let's give her a thunderous round of applause, okay? Thank you. And what school is this? What school?
I'm homeschooled.
You're homeschooled, okay. And Mom, we were supposed to get some books from you at the MLK. We're still gonna do that. Oh.
Tell him I bought them all.
Oh. He did? Okay. Okay.
I did buy them.
You did? I thought I was going to get one from you. Okay, okay. Okay. I want my book. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Who's next, Councilwoman? Which one? One more? Where's her certificate? What's your name, sweetie? Yes, we were waiting for you, Dahlia. Yes. Come on down, little one. Yes. How are you? Beautiful.
You got her speech? You got your speech?
I want you to say something. You don't have your speech?
No.
You want to say something?
I just want to say thank you for opening this contest, and thank you to my family, and thank you for everything. I'm very glad to be here, and happy Black History Month.
Oh, very good. Very good, young lady.
And before I do the group shot, I'm going to have the parents to come down. So, Dahlia's parents, come on down, take a photo. And then we'll get the rest of the parents that are here. Isn't she beautiful? Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, certainly.
Stand next to your baby. Then I'm going to get this group.
In between.
Okay?
Thank you.
And then we'll do a group shot. Cover that beautiful face. Okay, thank you.
Got your edges right.
Gonna be shy?
That's her aunt. That's her aunt.
Come on, Auntie.
Come on, Auntie.
Come on,
She's
Auntie.
crying, that's why.
All right.
Wants to take the picture.
All right.
All right, go ahead now.
Come on, Mom. We're going to do a group shot with all the winners here in a moment.
Yeah. Is that your sister? Yeah. Take the picture too.
Come behind me.
Come right here, sweetie. Get in the middle here. Amazing. Thank you. Now, all the winners, come on up for a group photo. All the winners.
Young lady, you can come up again, please.
What's your certificate?
One more time.
Right here.
Go ahead.
And thank you for coming out in all this rain. Thank you. My future mayor. Accept that challenge.
You should.
Yeah. I want you to come and do some volunteering with my field rep. Where is she? I know I want her to come get involved in the city programs. Come be on your hip, my hip. Okay. Next, we have a proclamation recognizing February as American Heart Month by MPT.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight we're going to be recognizing American Heart Month, and we have Fight to Fitness here, and they're going to receive this proclamation tonight. They are a fitness club, fitness health club. I'll let them tell it, but they've been a part of my transformation and heart issues running my family. So they're right here, all the people in the black right here. Whereas American Heart Month. Whereas every year heart disease takes the lives of over 500,000 Americans, and it remains to be the leading cause of death for most groups. Heart disease affects all ages, genders, and ethnicities. Whereas Heart Month is observed to raise awareness on the importance of a healthy heart and to encourage healthy habits that help reduce the risk of heart disease. Whereas heart disease is a devastating epidemic, leaves no one untouched. Its victims are fathers and daughters, grandparents and siblings, cherished friends and community members. And whereas the American Heart Association is the only voluntary health agency whose sole mission is to reduce early death and disability from heart disease and stroke. And whereas the American Heart Association is the local affiliates have engaged in a concentrated effort to focus public attention on the opportunities we have to protect ourselves against the ravages of these afflictions. While genetic and hereditary factors play a part in many instances, cardiovascular disease, high cholesterol, high blood pressure, and physical inactivity, obesity, tobacco use, and alcohol abuse are major risk factors that can be prevented and controlled. Whereas to take action against heart disease, citizens are encouraged to make balanced and nutritious meal choices, maintain healthy weight, and get active by avoiding tobacco, moderating alcohol consumption, and working with a healthcare provider to help prevent or treat conditions that can lead to heart disease. Whereas to help win the fight against heart disease, we must work together to ensure that individuals and communities have the tools that they need to make real gains in this critical effort. Whereas February 1st, 2024 marks the 21st year of the American Heart Association National Wear Red Day movement, 21 years of fighting to save lives from heart disease and making significant progress along the way. Much work still needs to be done. Now, therefore, the mayor and the city council of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim the month of February as American Heart Month in the city of Carson and remind our citizens the vital importance of preventive health care and support educational programs to help fight against heart disease and stroke. And we want to present this to the owner of Fight to Fitness, Carl, and he's going to give us a little spiel about who he is and what he does.
Mayor and also council members, first of all, foremost, from FTF, the abbreviation means Fight to Fitness. We want to say thank you. We've been serving the city of Carson now for the past 10 years, and our focus has always been helping people move more, but giving our community the right amount of tools. I grew up in Carson, been here for 25 years now, went to college to San Jose, played in the NFL, and also came back to start a business here in Carson. And the main reason was just to give back to our community. We provide, yes, fitness, but really where we really thrive is the nutrition and the community support. Most places just offer fitness, and where we've been able to kind of separate ourselves is really more so, like the mayor said, is if you text us at nighttime, we'll respond. If you call us at nighttime, we'll respond. We want to just kind of be a vehicle and a tool to kind of help you guys lose the weight, get off medication, become healthier, but also just feel better. A lot of people come into our community for weight loss. Some people come in because they want to be more attractive for their spouse, get off of medication, get off of medication, and regardless of what it is, we're there to help you. We have an amazing team. I have, my team back here right now. Like our mayor said also too as well, we just want to be an instrument to people being successful. And we know that, once again, it takes a village, and we have a supportive community, a supportive team that's kind of behind you, motivating you, playing amazing music, making sure you're doing your form properly too as well, and more importantly, giving you the tools for nutrition and also accountability too as well. So just from us, FTF, we want to say thank you guys. Thank you so much for everything. We are located right here behind the IKEA. So if you're coming from here, you bust a right on Dominguez Street. We're actually, the exact address is 1145 East Dominguez Street, Suite E, Carson, California. And like I said, we've been there for 10 years. We've been growing, and whoever wants to help, that's what we're all about. We offer personal training. We offer boot camps. If you are not comfortable working out in gyms, we offer online training. We offer nutrition support. If you need someone to take your progress pictures because you do not like taking pictures, we'll take that for you too as well. But we're just, we're there to just kind of be a supportive vehicle for everybody.
Well, thank you, and 10 years, awesome. Let's do a photo op. The team, you guys want to come down, team? Come on, team. It's only a little photo. Come on. Come on down.
I mean, some of us just left coaching and training right now. So.
Well, the picture doesn't know that. You're a fitness facility.
Two of your trainers?
Yes.
Let's scoot down a little bit. Back. Put them in the middle.
Yeah, I can be in.
Come on in the
tall,
middle.
So I can be in the back.
No, you, Sifka, she'll stand on this side. Yeah.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, good job. Thank you.
The next one will be proclamation recognizing February 2024 as Women's Heart Week. Councilman Hicks. Hello. How you doing? Come on. Excuse us.
MPT. Who we have up here, we have Faye Newman, who is the Senior Development Manager for Venice Clinic, Family Clinic. If you're familiar with Carson High School and you've seen the health clinic that's over there under Carol Keene, that's Venice Clinic. So this is the organization that's here in the community that's been providing for years. It was called, what was the older name?
Bay Family Healthcare.
South Bay Family Healthcare. So when it became Venice Clinic, even my colleagues said, wait a minute, they're no longer here anymore. They're in Venice. We don't want anybody out of Venice coming over here. They're out of Venice at this point, but they provide the services to our residents here in the city of Carson. And they're so glad for them to be here. I want you to hold this proclamation as I read. And whereas Women's Health Week is celebrated each year in the first week of February, from February 1st to the 7th, and whereas the observation of the week aims to educate, raise awareness, and teach the symptoms and prevention of serious heart disease in women. And whereas health centers organizing screening talks and awareness programs and for women are familiarized with gender-specific information on heart illnesses. And whereas the observation of Women's Health Week is a good time to get your health checked, especially if you have a history of heart disease or illness in your family. Timely precaution can help individuals from suffering from major heart issues. And whereas National Women's Health Week is an outreach program that combines fun and free activities with invaluable medical advice to help women take care of the most critical and crucial organs in the body, the human body. Whereas there are organizations that are dedicated to healthcare partners with local organizations and health centers to encourage fitness, promote stress, reduce activities, and enlighten women on the gender-specific issues of heart health. They are also informed of the lifestyle changes that can make for a healthier heart. Women's Health Week promotes prevention of disease, education, symptoms, and awareness and early intervention. Whereas studies reveal that heart ailments are the #1 killer of American women. Negligence of your health, a stressful lifestyle, a poor eating habit are often aggravated heart conditions. Under such circumstances, it is crucial to recognize symptoms and risks, make necessary lifestyle changes, get regular medical care, and promptly seek medical intervention when it's needed. Whereas in the United States, Women's Health Week is observed as a national outreach campaign to save lives, especially that of women who are regularly neglected by the medical science. Whereas Heart Health Month is more common among American women ages 35 and older. Most women are unaware of this fact and fail to recognize symptoms and seek medical care. Milder women's symptoms are often negligent by being mindful of those and can help you save your own life. Now, therefore, the mayor of the city of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim February 1st through the 7th, 2024, as Women's Health Week, recognizes women as bruisers. As boozers, I don't believe that they're boozers. It recognizes women as boozers that ever jungling a career. Yeah, let's skip that part. Families and caregivers responsible, and amid all these things, observations such as Women's Health Week as a needed intervention that improves a woman's and society.
That's busier.
Oh, okay. And social collective health. Dated today, the 6th day of February 2024. Well, you know, you have some women that are, they will bruise you. It says busier. Women are always busier than other individuals who are in the household, and they juggle a lot in their career, which always prompt them to not to always look after their own care.
Thank you.
Yes. But
No, we didn't.
the left contact was wrong. But thank you guys. It happens sometimes. But again, to Venice Clinic, to Faith, thank you for that. Anything you want to say?
I just want to thank the city of Carson for the support. We did go through a merger with South Bay Family Healthcare and Venice Family Clinic. And since the merger, the city of Carson has embraced us. We have been providing collectively 24 years of service to the city of Carson. So this is very important that we provide low-income people with access to care for heart health and other conditions that they would not be possible. So we just are really appreciative, Mayor Hicks. And Mayor Davis, you guys are amazing, the entire city council. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have proclamation recognizing February 27th as Dominican Republican Independence Day. Councilwoman.
Okay. Thank you. They can get in the middle. We've got, yes. Hola, hola. ¿Cómo estás? Yes. Come on in the middle. Yes, thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay. Yo, right here. Come on. Right in the middle. I love this because then I get to read. Okay, so Dominican Republic Independence Day on February 27th, 2024. Come on. Here we go. Whereas on February 27th, 1844, revolutionary fervor boiled over on the eastern side of the Caribbean island of Hispaniola. See, verdad? Okay. Yes. Whereas after years of covert planning, a group known as La Trinitaria, the fortress of Puerto del Conde, in the city of Santo Domingo, and the Dominican War of Independence began. I love it. I love the accent. Okay. Whereas much of what is now the Dominican Republic had been de facto autonomous in the early 800s, with the Spanish occupied by Napoleon's invasion and the Haitians to the west fighting off their French colonizers. And whereas heavily influenced and encouraged by Haiti, which had achieved independence in the 1804, Dominicans declared independence as the Republic of Spanish Haiti in 1821. Despite being nominally free, the less wealthy and less densely populated half of the island came under the control of Haiti and entered into formal union with its neighbor in 1822. And whereas, though Haiti had been only the second European colony in the Americas to achieve independence, and its revolution constituted one of the largest and most important slave revolts in all of history, Dominica suffered under Haitian rule. And whereas, though the two were nominally united, the western half of the island was clearly where the political influence lay and the crippling debts imposed on Haiti by the French. And other powers had profoundly negative effect on the island's economy as a whole. And whereas in 1838, 3 educated and enlightened Dominicans named Juan Pablo Duarte, Ramon Matias Mela, and Francisco del Rosario Sanchez, founded a resistance organization. They named the organization La Trinitaria due to their decision to divide into 3 smaller cells, each of which would operate with almost no knowledge of what the other cells were doing. And whereas on February 27, 1844, La Trinitaria was forced to make a move. Though Duarte was away on mainland seeking support from the recently liberated people of Colombia and Venezuela, La Trinitaria received a tip that the Haitian government had been made aware of their activities. And whereas on February 27, 1844, La Trinitaria gathered roughly 100 men and stormed the Puerta del Conde, forcing the Haitian army out of Santo Domingo. Sanchez fired a cannon, shot from the fort, and raised the blue, red, and white flags on the Dominican Republic, which still flies over the country today. Whereas over the next decade after 1844, the Haiti and the Dominican Republic were periodically at war, each invading the other in response to previous invasions. The storming of the Puerto del Conde, however, represented a turning point at the history of the nation that had been long subjugated, first to the Spanish and then to its Haitian neighbors. Now, therefore, the mayor and the city council of the city of Carson do hereby recognize Dominican Republic Independence Day on February 27, 2024. Wow, I love it. Congratulations. Mucho, mucho gusto. Yes. So, I'm going to give you this. I have 3 names that are here. And thank you so much for coming. And we have Marisol Vargas Perez, always so supportive of the city of Carson. Thank you. And then we have Margaret Mendoza. Thank you so much. And then we have a queen, Natalie Hunter. Hunter. Yes. Here we go. Hold on to that. And why don't you say something? Thank you.
On behalf of the Dominican community in the West Coast and my foundation, Quisqueya La Bella, we are very thankful, the Dominican community, to the city of Carson, to the council member, to the mayor, Ms. Lula Davis, but especially to our councilwoman, Arlene Bocatijas, that always have been supporting us to the Dominican community here in the West Coast, and we are very thankful for that.
For me, it has been an honor to be part of the Dominican community and representing the Dominican Republic in the city of Carson. And also, for me, it is an honor to be part of the Black History Month. Because your history didn't happen just here, it happened in the Dominican Republic. So you guys were the first one who brought the English school in the Dominican Republic. Did you know that? You guys were the one who did that. You went to the Dominican Republic when you guys were escaping from slavery from this country. You guys went there and you decided to open an English school. That is amazing. That is something that I will never forget when I heard that when I was going to school in the Dominican Republic. So just know, even with your struggling, you bring light and blessing to other people. So happy Black History Month.
Thank you. This item number 7, Consulate General, we're going to take that over to the next meeting. He was not able to make it to this meeting. So that's it for our presentations. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient. Thank you, everyone, for coming out in this weather. I feel honored.
Madam Mayor, can we wish our city photographer a happy birthday?
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. She's here on... my husband's birthday was yesterday. Okay. Happy birthday. Thank you. What are you laughing at? Yes. Oh, it's pink.
And I have, you can come to Punta Cana. I know last time that you were planning going over there.
Yes, and I didn't make it. It was canceled.
make it there.
The money, the guy ran off with the money.
Sound check, sound check.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All communications for matters listed on the agenda, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I received a comment card. Ooh, I cannot read this. I'll refer to Dr. Lynn. BJ. Oh, that must be, okay.
It's BJ Douglas.
Absolutely.
You think about it.
Okay, sir, you have 3 minutes.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, first I'd like to introduce my esteemed guest. He's had national fame. He's been famous since he was 3.5 years old. He sold millions of hamburgers. His name is Rodney Allen Rippey.
All right.
Hi, Rodney.
And my name is BJ Douglas. I'm the president of United Rangers of America. It's a children's group that's created to motivate children to come to school. I'm the president of United Rangers of America. I'm also an actor, a director, and a lifetime member of the Screen Actors Guild, and only two-time KCOP Kroger Community Service Year Award winner, and I have a lifetime membership of Screen Actors Guild. And the reason I'm here today is because I'm very proud to let the people of Carson know that Councilman Jim Deere has been working with me since 2001. And tomorrow, we're going to be honoring Yes Academy at SoFi Stadium, and Jim Deere is going to be my #1 speaker. So I'm going to take it over to Rodney after this.
Indeed, esteemed council members and also Mayor Holmes, thank you so much for having us. Indeed, it's an honor. I go way, way back with Councilmember Deere, with the Carson Coordinated Council, American Cancer Society, Relays for Life, School for Mental Health, and just proud to be here with BJ. BJ has spent over 30 years in the community, and what he does with United Rangers of America is take the youth out of the community and expose them to incredible things. Working with BJ has been a great honor. I've been able to go out to schools with him. I still do that till this day. I'm also part of the HBCU Resource Center. So now we have opportunities through STEM education. We have a working relationship with NASA. And as BJ's key component in having a great relationship with the Teamsters, we can transport the youth of Carson out of the city and expose them to science, technology, engineering, the arts and math, and other career paths that are just fantastic. And so I'm just honored to be here. I'm going to continue to support BJ. I'm also starting up the Rippey Foundation. I'll work with at-risk youth, senior citizens, and veterans. But I'm here to support BJ, and we're going to plan to do as much as we can for the youth, the community, and we would like to ask the city of Carson to get behind United Rangers of America, and hopefully we could be able to present some of our agendas to be able to work with the school systems here, the youth, and anything that we could do, we are here to serve you. And I yield back my time.
Oh, and also, I forgot to tell you.
Madam Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
I'm a retired.
Yes, Madam Mayor, just for clarification, that was supposed to be for item 7.
Item 7?
That was what the last comment card said, just for the record.
Okay.
This next one is for a non-agenda item.
Non-agendized, it's only one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll allow him to speak. Non-agendized?
Mr. Michael Cortland. Mr. Cortland, you have 3 minutes.
Mayor, Council.
Sir, please use the microphone.
I'm privileged to speak before you. I just want to
Make
thank
sure
you
your
for
microphone is on, Mr. Cortland.
My thing was that I wrote a paper to Jim Deere, and it was about concerning many times they've come up with the idea of a bullet train, okay? And they have built parts and pieces, and they've never implemented it. They're supposed to be, like in Cucamonga, they're estimated something like 11,000 jobs okay, if they get that thing going. If we could, I'm looking to put together a petition to get this across the United States through Route 66, okay, all the way to New York. There's a lot of people that don't want to ride on a train. I mean, don't want to ride on an airplane, pardon me. And I'm thinking that if we got behind it, I think it would be a great change in this country to have the jobs and everything as we went back in the 30s and the 40s and we built Lusinger on the CCC camps and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to get this done and provide jobs, because we have over 1 million people that coming from our southern borders and all of that stuff, okay, that we are going through with this border thing. We have to supply jobs to make this country work. We have like trillions of dollars in debt. If we send money into space like it's water, okay, and Air Force and wars and everything else, this is for the people. And I believe that a good petition, and starting with Carson and the amount of people and knowledge that we have here, I believe we could really make a dent in society. And I like to see it in the history books, because I know that coming from back east, the train was one of the things that brought California into the realm of development, okay, out here. Well, anyway, I want to thank you for this time of speaking, and I would like to know your opinions and how that we could do this. They say, we can't be done. It's crazy. It'll never work. But I believe it can. They're building right now a bullet train in India. How much poorer of a country can it be? We don't have one. I mean, they got one in Florida, but I want to see it here. Because a lot of people, like I say, don't like to fly. And if we could get that in position, I think it'd be a wonderful thing. Anyway, thank you. I yield back my time.
Did you say you had been working with Councilman Deere on this?
Say again?
Did you say you had been you had spoken to Councilman Deere about this?
Yes.
Okay. I would suggest that you continue the dialogue with him, and then Councilman?
Yes.
Continue the dialogue, and then let us get all the facts, because you only have 3 minutes, and therefore he can.
Yeah, he can provide documentation, I believe, yes.
Yeah, so the
So
two
we
of you
could give
can
it to
look at
each member of the city council.
Okay.
Okay.
And also our city manager.
I'd love to see this city and you in the front taking those TV shots.
Maybe we
Hey,
could be
here we
the
are.
terminus of the bullet train.
Yeah.
Thank you
Anyway.
for coming out and speaking with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Next is approval of the minutes.
Move approval, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Moved and properly second. Please cast your votes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is unanimous. It carries.
Next on the agenda is the consent calendar, items 13 through 22.
Motion to approve consent
Second.
calendar.
It's been moved and properly second. Would anyone like to pull an item?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to pull item 16 and item 21.
It's been moved to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items 16 and 21. Cast your vote.
Madam Mayor, motion carries.
Item number 16, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 16 is consideration of resolution number 24014, amending the classification plan for resolution number 77-111 by adopting the revised job classification specifications and salary allocation for animal control. And our Assistant City Manager of Administrative Services, Dr. Robert Lennox, will give a brief update on that.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. As City Manager mentioned, this item is intended to update the job classification and description for the animal control officer. It proposes increasing the salary range slightly, as well as making changes to the minimum qualifications for the position to assist us in better recruitment for the position that's been vacant for about 1.5 years. As a result, if council approves it, it will allow us to reduce our service level contract with the county for similar services through their animal control services.
Thank you. Councilman, do you pull this item?
Yes, thank you to the staff. I want to thank the staff particularly for coming through with this. This is something really needed in our community. And about a year and a half ago, we lost the employee that we had as an animal control officer for the city. As just to refresh people's recollection and to let people know who may not be aware, we were contracting with the county for animal control. And the efficiency of that was, maybe not the best, but we opted as a city council to do it in-house. And so gives us much more control and ability to be flexible and mainly provide the right service to our residents of the city of Carson instead of being part of a great big bureaucratic arrangement. So again, I want to thank the staff for coming forward with this recommendation to revise the salary for the animal control officer. And by doing that, I feel it makes the position more competitive, reflects the council's commitment to high standards, and we will get someone that really will do the job for us. So, question I have about, could you elaborate a little bit on how the revised job classifications and specifications are expected to improve our recruitment process, and what specific areas where we anticipate seeing the most significant improvement? And also, part of that question is, how long has it been vacant? I think it's a year and a half, but I'd like to get confirmation of that. And also, when do we expect the position to be filled?
Thank you, Councilman Deere. Yes, the position has been vacant for about a year and a half. In part, that's because the recruitment and the position, as advertised previously, was not competitive in comparison to neighboring agencies who have similar positions. So this change was intended to be more in line with what the industry and market is currently looking for in similar position. In terms of adjustments to the job specification, we actually reduced the minimum qualifications. For example, not requiring PC 832, which is essentially allowing an officer to be able to do an arrest. That's something we would refer or rely on our sheriff's department to assist an animal control officer with if that was to be needed at the time of either a citation issuance or if more action is needed. But that kind of change makes it gives us more flexibility in recruiting applicants because in other agencies that is not a requirement. So we were losing out, and many of the candidates were going to other agencies instead of considering Carson.
Very good. Could you elaborate on how these changes to the animal control officer position is going to, provide service delivery improvement and public safety for our residents?
Sure. That piece has not changed since it was originally planned. The animal control officer position is intended to provide local control of animal services for the public, for Carson. So during regular work hours, if there are issues related to stray animals, possibly even animal carcasses, the animal control officer is able to respond and handle it immediately, versus if they're not on staff, we would have to rely on the county, and typically turnaround time can be a bit delayed. So this gives us a lot more immediate response time in order to provide the service to the public.
One last question is, constituents often contact the members of the city council about unfortunate circumstances with a stray or a wild animal, in that case being hit by a car or some other misfortune. Will this animal control officer be assigned to respond to residents' requests when they see an animal, maybe a dead animal in the street or somewhere else in a field?
Yeah, yes, sir. So long as that is in the public right-of-way and on public property. Private property is a little bit different. That would be a process with the property owner. But yes, the officer would be able to respond immediately in those situations.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I'll move we approve staff recommendation.
Our last, going in the same line with Councilman Deere, our last staff person left us because of the salary. And then when we tried to bring him back, he stayed because they offered him more money. Is that not correct? No?
No, Madam Mayor.
What was it?
Well, we don't want to discuss
Okay.
personnel
No,
issues,
just
but
Personnel.
that absolutely
Okay,
was not
'cause-
the case.
Thank you.
No, ma'am.
Okay, because that's what I heard. I
No,
want to
no,
make
ma'am.
sure.
No, ma'am.
All right, cast your votes.
Motion carries, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, and just if I may, based upon that particular item, I just wanted to take a moment, if I could, to introduce, being that this is a human resources staff report and item, even though it was prepared by Dr. Robert Lennox, who oversees HR, I was hoping that we could just kind of take this moment to introduce our new HR director, who will then now take over all the HR responsibilities, and so that will relieve Dr. Lennox to further himself in other areas of the city. So, but at this time, I'd like to introduce our new Human Resources Director coming to us through a long recruitment, but I'm happy to say that staff as well as executive team have, as well as the unions, have all signed off, and much appreciated through a rigorous process that we've gone through. And so I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Joshua Bedreau.
Hi, Josh.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself, Madam Mayor?
Well, you want to have a few words? Tell us something about yourself.
Sure. So let me adjust this a little bit. Yeah, number one, excited to have the opportunity to be here. I take it seriously, and I know that the city of Carson is a city that is deserving of an HR director that not only can guide the staff, but also the city in the right direction and be an example for many other cities around here. I grew up in Southern California. I was born in San Pedro. I grew up in, most of my time in Santa Fe Springs. Went straight to UCLA. Graduated during the recession.
Bruins.
Bruins?
Yeah, I
Okay.
graduated of UCLA, yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Lennox. So, stayed local. I did a couple of assignments. I worked at the city of Anaheim. I've worked at Orange County Fire. I've worked for the county of Orange. I've also, in my last 3 years, did executive recruitment throughout the state. So anything from the director of security from Long Beach all the way to my most recent one, district manager of Sonoma Marin County for their vector control. So I'm very familiar with tons of classifications, tons of agencies and how they do things, and most importantly, just a lot of networking so that we know what's best out there and the best policies to move forward with. So I'm excited to be here. Definitely have energy and resilience, and we'll be here hopefully for the long run, as long as I'm held here, so or have here. But yeah, I'm here for any questions that you may have as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Any questions from my colleagues?
No question, Madam Mayor. Just we're all looking forward to working with you and making Carson a better place for all our residents and our employees.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilman.
you started a week ago? How long has it been?
1 day ago.
Oh, 1 day? He needs to come back in 90 days. We'll talk to him again in 90 days.
Who likes it?
Well, that's what we did with our public works director.
Yeah.
He's great, by the way. Thank you so much, and welcome aboard, and we look forward to working with you, and just buckle up. We're not as bad as you thought, as you've heard, I should say. We're lovable.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, Madam Mayor, I could tell you he was instrumental, Joshua, as he was mentioning his last 3 years with executive recruitment firms. And actually, he was able to assist us in finding our director of finance and our director of IT. So I think he's done a great job from that perspective. So the fruit was shown, so we thought, we'll move forward. And so glad to have him. So we kind of nabbed him from another location.
Yeah. Let me take this home to Dr. Lennox for wearing all those hats, and maybe I can start calling you so much, maybe. But he wore several hats, and I just want to personally thank you for stepping to the plate until we found our HR director. Item
you, Madam
number 21, was it, Councilman?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I want to thank the staff for bringing this to the council. It's really one of the things that we do to help our local businesses, and the city's commercial appeal is based on how we interact and partner with our businesses. And, you know, we have been up several times for most business-friendly city in the county, and this is an example of the things that we need to do to move forward to get that #1 position, which we will do, right, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
So I have a clarification question. Can the staff provide some insight into the steps that are being taken to encourage more project initiations under this program? Because some businesses are unaware that it exists. Some businesses, they know about it, and for some reason they don't want to do it. Its funding, I think, started in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, and it seems like we're yet to see projects being funded through this initiative. In the past, we've had a facade program, and I remember going, I won't name the business, but there's a business on Carson Street. I went to them and told them about this great program. We're going to pay for improvement in the appearance of the building. It's a restaurant that really could use a facade improvement. And the potential for this particular location is really good. If it was more attractive, they'd have more business. And then we presented the program to them. I got them the documentation or the application. They talked with our city staff. And for some reason, the owner of the business didn't want to contribute to the program. The way it was set up at that time was the city paid for, I think, half, and the business paid for half. But it was free money. It was a grant, and they didn't go for it. So could you elaborate a little bit on how this program is going to be more successful in the view of the city staff?
Sure.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, good evening. Yes, we're working with a handful of applicants since the council authorized $1 million for this program. And these type of programs take a while for the applicants to kind of commit to the project, because they have to provide their own funding. They have to be ready to start a construction project for their business or for their property. So these handful of projects that we're working on, they're going to pretty much exhaust the $1 million that the council has authorized, and and we've kind of gone past the design stage for these projects. That's why we're requesting an amendment to the MDG contract to authorize additional funds so we can go to the next step, which is securing a contractor, preparing bid packages. So it's kind of a lengthy process, but the applicants that we have, they're committed, and I'm sure in the next few months they're going to be, they're going to get close to construction.
I see. How do you handle a situation which happens frequently? There's a business owner, but they're leasing the space, they're renting the space, they don't own the building, and you have a property owner that may not know about or be interested in or respond positively. How does the staff handle that?
Usually the property owner has to be involved. So we had an example just the other day that a tenant was interested in the program, and we basically responded that we need to get in touch with the property owner, and we received the contact information. And this particular one that I'm talking about is several units in the shopping center. So our recommendation is going to be to the property owner, let's fix the whole center, not just one storefront.
So within your experience, do they respond more positively when you tell them that?
It just depends on the mindset of the property owner. I know a few years back there was a shopping center owner that we wanted to work with them, and they were just not ready. They were not ready to commit their own funds. So obviously there has to be two interested property owners to move ahead with this program.
So within your experience, does the property owner contribute some money, the business owner contributes some money to go along with the city funds?
We don't have specific guidelines on how much the property owner versus the business owner provides. So that's between them. If there's a certain amount that they have to contribute for the facade project to work, and the city provides our share up to $250,000 for the shopping center or $25,000 for single tenants, and they have to match that.
Okay, well, since the city council authorized funding this in the year 2022, is there any further support you need from the city council or to expedite the initiation of the projects or, under this program? Are there additional resources needed to make the program a success?
I think there are a lot of centers that we can go after we start these projects. I already have a few in mind, and additional funding is going to be necessary. And we'll be coming back to the council to gauge your interest to see if you're interested in adding additional money to this program.
I see. Okay, thank you. I'll move staff recommendation, Madam Mayor.
It's been moved and properly second, and to the staff, remember my request and ours is instead of just trying to get one person, one business in a strip mall, a little lipstick, that we try to renovate that entire, like we did the Starbucks. It just boosted every, so my interest for me, and I know we've said it before, is let's go in and talk to the entire strip mall and see how we can help them. Because if you go in, well, just take the center on Avalon, where the Kentucky Fried Chicken is, you can put lipstick on that all day long. Unless you address all the stores in there, it's like throwing away money. So that is an approach that I would like to see. Instead of us giving $25,000 here, let's say we have X number of dollars, what would it cost to take that strip mall and make it look like the Starbucks mall? Because that, now I go and have my coffee, no, my medicine ball tea there frequently. So thank you for this, Saeed, thank you for everything. And how many businesses are you said a handful? What does that handful mean?
5.
5 that will use up the $1 million?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Cast your vote, everyone.
Madam Mayor, the motion carries.
Okay, item number 23 is consider introduction of the first reading of Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This particular item was presented in collaboration, or I should say in conjunction with the previous item last meeting that you all established by allowing the city manager's threshold and authority for contract signature to go from $25,000 to $75,000. In the generation of that particular item, it came to the knowledge of myself as well as staff to realize that within our departments, when you as a council adopt budgets and provide specific budgets per department, that there has not been an opportunity for the department director and the department themselves to be able to pull various monies from one line item within the department to cover another line item, whether it was over budgeted within a line item and under budgeted in another. In other words, being able to move monies from one line item account to another. And so we could do that through the city process as long as we were to bring it before you if it was over a certain dollar amount, as opposed to having the ability to move items or move money within the department based upon the approved budget that you all already did at the beginning of the fiscal year. So any contract or personnel item has to be always brought back to council. However, not this particular process. This process would allow us to be able to move monies within the line item and within the department. And so we're looking for more efficiency without doing a lot of the redundancy that has been going on and to prolong some of the aspects of our projects. And so hopefully this will eliminate that. And so we just wanted to bring this before you in hopes that we could again, make our process more efficient.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I was taken back when I heard that a department director had to get permission from us to move $25. I think that is ridiculous. That is
When did that happen?
micromanagement at its best. Once we approve a budget, the bottom line is what we're looking at. If you have $100,000 in your department, you should be able to move that money on a line item within your department, not outside your department, but inside your department. And I know I can speak for myself as a former employee with one of the largest budgets in the city. I didn't even know this existed. I was surprised, and I'm gonna let Councilman speak on it, but I just never knew that because no one told me I was in violation back 20 years ago. We're looking for bottom line. If we approve X number of dollars for the department, you should be able to move those funds because you know better than we do. Well, an event may have been canceled or there may be additional funding, and you should be able to move those dollars within your department, not come back and say, I need your approval to spend $100. I just didn't know that existed. It's called transfers within your department, but your bottom line is what I'm looking at. And, Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to get clarification from the city manager. So there's a policy that stipulates line item budgets are only the line item budgets, and that if you exhaust a line item budget, you cannot do the bottom line budgeting of the total amount that you have in your O&M. Is that what I'm hearing? So you can't overspend. I understood about overspending a line item budget, but my understanding you could not overspend your bottom line budget in your O&M. But I'm hearing that it's a difference in the process of that because when I first came to the city, what you said is what I knew about. I would put paperwork in to do transfers within my O&M. I was told that was too cumbersome to keep up in the accounting department. That for me to have to take one piece of paper and I'm going to move, say, $4,000 to 6009 to 6004 or whatever the numbers are today, that was too much of an issue. All we want you to do is make sure you don't overspend your bottom line number, which may be $74,000. As long as you don't spend that $74,000, you're within budget. But you could not take your 500 numbers for your salaries and benefits and transfer down to your operating budget area. So that was my understanding of how the budget process is. Now, what you're saying, I do understand, and I've worked that before. But the culture of this city has been the way I've been doing it, as well as the mayor knew the same thing, because when I came here, that's how I knew the process was, because I knew how to do the budget requests and the budget modification and the transfers, but they said too cumbersome.
Right, and I'll let our director of finance speak to the cumbersome aspect because I don't want to pretend like I can know exactly what accounting is experiencing. But I will say
not to cut you off, I'm fine with that. If that's going to be the culture, I just want to make sure that everyone knows what the process is. I think what has been in the past, everyone had their own idea what the process is going to be. You had different finance directors, you had different treasurers, you had different individuals who did not know what they were doing and had their own way of doing business and dealing with the dollars. I won't talk about people having two separate budgets or two separate computers with two different budgets going on in the city, because there was a whole lot going on back in the day. So, but if that's the new culture and how we're going to run it, I have no problem with that, just so that we all know we're on the same page.
Yeah, no, thank you, sir. And you're absolutely correct. And again, we still can't and would not go into salaries and benefits. That can't be done. I do want to make a point of reference, and I'll let the director of finance comment as well. But any transfer, though, even within the department budget, is still going to carry the same process where you still have to provide the transfer fund or the transfer document, which finance would
and justification of why you're doing it.
And the justification while you're doing it. So that process is not going to change. It's just the process of then taking that document, doing a staff report, and bringing it before you for approval.
Well, why would it come back to council?
Because that's actually how the S&P and the process is actually done and supposed to be done that way in this particular manner. And so we wanted to change that process.
Okay.
And the reason why it wasn't implemented before is because, again, no one actually knew the policy. So actually when our deputy city manager, Mr. Tariq Rahmani, came on board, he actually realized that this is the actual and correct process, and that's when we begin to institute the correct process based upon what was written. So in the past, it just maybe wasn't done that way. It was more lax. Whereas now there was accountability, and then there's transparency that was instituted when Tariq came on board, and it's just continued with Mr. Jefferson. And so that's where we are right now. So I don't know, Mr. Jefferson, if you had anything to comment there.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I did want to just add that, as the city manager said, salaries and benefits will be excluded from that, and that's just to ensure compliance with labor and unemployment related policies. And the second piece is that we also, on a monthly basis, we will submit a report of all the budget transfers that occurred that month to you guys as a means of transparency.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Councilman.
So, question for staff. This is putting our city more in line with other communities, other municipal governments in California. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So, you know, this seems like an efficiency move. It's a logical thing to do. The city council is still going to be aware. We're going to get reports according to the ordinance, and it just allows our directors and other upper management, city manager, to operate more efficiently, and that's what we're looking for. So, having said that, I'll make a motion that we waive further reading and introduce for first reading by the city ordinance number 24-2401, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending section 2955.1, which is budget transfers, of chapter 9.5, which is fiscal administration, of Article 2, which is administration, the Carson Municipal Code to, 1, remove the $25,000 limit on city manager's authority to approve intra-departmental budget transfers, except for personnel-related transfers. Secondly, authorize the department directors to approve interdepartmental budget transfers within their respective departments, except for personnel-related transfers, and subject to restrictions as may be deemed necessary by the city manager. And thirdly, require monthly reports to the city council members of all city manager or department director approved interdepartmental budget transfers.
It's been moved and properly second. Please cast your vote.
Madam Mayor, it's unanimous. Motion carries.
No.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Item 24 is the discussion item to request for and consider selection of the Mayor Pro Tem of City Council, and I'm going to defer to our City Attorney to present the item.
Madam Mayor, you said 24 or 25?
Oh, sorry.
24. You're talking
24.
about number 25, Mr. City Manager. We're on 24. I know the city attorney knew where we were.
Consider introduction of ordinance number 2424-2.
Apologize.
You were laughing
24. Oh, it's side. Okay, so yeah, it's considered an introduction of ordinance number 24-2402, an ordinance of the City of Carson City Council amending the City of Carson Municipal Code by modifying Article 3, adopting by reference the 2023 Los Angeles County Fire Code, Title 32, and Article 8, adopting by reference the 2023 Los Angeles County Building Code, Title 26, Electric Code, Title 27, and Plumbing Code, Title 28, Mechanical Code, Title 29, Residential Code, Title 30, Existing Building Code, Title 33, with certain amendments, additions, and deletions thereto for City Council's discussion and recommendation by staff. And so I'll have our Community Development Director, Mr. Saeed Nasseh, to provide a brief report.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for the introduction. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, tonight we're here again for the construction code adoption, which we typically do every 3 years. The California Building Standards Commission, through a process of advisory committees and public hearings, establishes a statewide building code. The state allows cities to amend provisions of the construction codes provided findings are made based on topographical, geographical, or climate conditions. If the city does not adopt the amended codes, the California code as published will remain in effect. Consistent with past practices, Building Division is proposing to adopt by reference certain LA County building and fire codes. These codes are well known to architects and designers and are adopted by most cities within LA County. The City Council is requested to introduce for first reading by title only and schedule a public hearing for consideration of second reading for February 20th, 2024. Our building official, Isla Jefferson, is also available if there are any questions.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
No.
Okay.
Follow the computer's direction.
I'd like to make a motion to waive further reading and introduce the first reading ordinance number 24-2402 entitled An Ordinance of the City of Carson, City Council amending the City of Carson Municipal Code by modifying Article 3, adopting by reference the 2023 Los Angeles County Fire Code Title 32, an article via adopting by reference the 2023 Los Angeles County Building Code Title 26, Electrical Code Title 27, Plumbing Code Title 28, Mechanical Code Title 29, Residential Code Title 30, Existing Building Code Title 23, with certain amendments, additions, and deletions, therefore, and direct staff to schedule a public hearing on February 20th, 2024 to consider an adoption and second reading of the ordinance 24-2402.
Second.
Moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, please cast your vote.
Madam Mayor, it's unanimous. The motion carries.
Item number 25. Mr. City Manager, City Attorney, who's on deck?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll have this item presented by our City Attorney, Ms. Sunny Sultani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The city's charter, Section 302, provides that every 2 years, the Mayor Pro Tem nomination would be up, and that biannually, the month of January, by a majority vote of the members of the City Council, the city's Mayor Pro Tem will be selected, and they will continue serving until there's a new nomination. So although this item was not brought to the Council in January, it is being brought now. There's a little bit of a cleanup that staff have to do, but that can happen later. The city previously had an ordinance that was inconsistent with the city's charter in that it provided that the term of the Mayor Pro Tem is 1 year. So that's invalid because the charter will always supersede anything that's incorrect. So in doing the staff report, we realized that we have to change that ordinance. That will be brought back at another time, but at this time, because you don't have a valid ordinance dealing with this issue, the charter applies. So that concludes my report. What are the wishes of the City Council?
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman.
You know, I keep hearing that we're doing so great.
We are.
Team. And I think that when we're doing really great, we shouldn't really change anything. So I make a motion to appoint Jawan Hilton.
Second the motion.
As our MPT.
How much did you pay for that?
He's doing a great job as MPT.
It's been moved and probably second. Are there any other nominations on the floor? Hearing none, cast your vote.
Madam Mayor, it's unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Congratulations, MPT.
Congratulations, MPT again.
Speech. I just want to thank my incredible colleagues. So I appreciate you, and it is a team effort. I'm no bigger than my team, and I'm incredibly grateful that you guys chose to appoint me again. So thank you so much for the unanimous vote.
Yeah, I have you on speed dial, so Can be changing that. Thank you. Congratulations again. The next item is item number 26, local and uncontested appointees to the city's commissions and boards. That's all you need to say.
Yes, that's all. Whatever you'd like to move on this action item for you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, under the Economic Development Planning Commission, the vacancies 1 and 2 and 3, I'd like to appoint Victor Ibarra from Marathon and Danielle. What's Danielle's last name? O'Leary. She works for is it Tesoro?
Prologis.
Prologis. Okay.
Okay.
And that's my motion.
Madam Mayor, just for the record, that's going to be for alternate 1 and 2.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the mayor's appointments.
It's been moved and properly second. Please cast your vote. To my colleagues.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm assuming you're in favor, just for the record.
Oh.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Motion
Can't
carries.
assume anything in Carson.
Okay. To my colleagues, any changes, any appointments you have?
Did you want the list of vacancies?
Yes, please.
Mayor, you're eligible to appoint your uncontested appointment for the Human Relations Commission tonight.
Who left?
Oh,
Human
have that in
Relations.
front of me.
Okay.
It was a vacancy that we posted and the expiration lapsed. I could get the name. Just
Okay,
give me-
that's okay. It's a vacancy. I'll have it.
It was over 10 days ago.
It was over 10 days ago.
I will have it at our next meeting. Wait a minute. Human Relations. Let me see. Do I need to move up someone? Oh, alternate number 3. I'd like her to move to that vacant position.
For Human Relations?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll move
Teresita?
move alternate 3 to vacancy,
Mm-hmm.
which will create a vacancy for alternate 3.
Yes.
Okay. We'll post that.
What else do we have here?
And then there are 2 other commissions that will expire after February 15th, and that's your appointment for alternate 2 to the Planning Commission, and then alternate 3 and 4 to the Relocation Appeals Board. Those won't lapse until after February 15th.
After February 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
So I can't do anything with them until after that time?
Not tonight.
Well, don't erase them because I'm going to reappoint them.
No, they're there.
Okay.
They'll be there.
All right. What's next?
Memorial adjournments.
Did my planning commissioner, Kareem, did he turn in his resignation?
It may have gone to planning. We'll check.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't always come straight to us.
Okay.
We
Thank
haven't
you.
received it either.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, then,
To my colleagues on these committees and boards, or is there anyone wanting to switch, change?
No, I'm satisfied with the positions we have now.
Councilwoman, any position you'd like? Or you want to think about it?
I have 2, but I'm going to leave it till the
Gonna
next.
leave it. We'll bring it back
Yes.
to the next council meeting.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is memorial adjournments. Before we go to memorial adjournments, I'd like for us to send up a prayer for our Commissioner Tina Keeley. Tina's in the hospital. She's not doing too well. She's had several strokes, so have staff to reach out to her. The family or someone. But she's been in the hospital, I think, for about 3 days.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. She's in an intensive care unit at Harbor UCLA Medical Center.
So we want to send up our prayers for her.
I went to visit her, but she wasn't allowed to have visitors.
Right.
Because of ICU.
Mm-hmm. Okay, memorial adjournments.
thank you, Madam Mayor. These are the names that I received. Mary Alamalo, Mrs. Danny B. French, Ignacio June M. Fanega Jr., Florendo Pagapatin, Jerry Haywood, Sandra Broad.
Yes, Jerry Haywood is a former city employee for Parks and Recreation. Senior Recreation Director, and he transpired, I think last Thursday or Friday. So we definitely want to reach out. Jerry dedicated his life to the city as a Parks and Recreation Director. He started at Stevenson Park. So we want to make sure we're aware of his homegoing celebration. And Mrs. Broad is our neighbor, a longtime neighbor on Gladwick Street. So thank you, but let's make sure we keep Jerry's wife and his family in our prayers and send out the floral arrangements when we get all the information.
I have one to add.
Okay.
Can you add on that list Alvin Williams?
Can you also add on that list Robert Rubin? Robert Rubin. He is a resident of Stevenson Village. However, he was very instrumental in the Vermont corridor. He was a legend, and he lived here in Carson. Very instrumental in a lot of community work. His name is Robert Rubin.
MPT, could we have a moment of prayer, please?
Sure, let's bow our heads. Father, you've heard all the names that were mentioned tonight. We pray that you would bless their families. We pray that you would encourage and keep them and comfort them. We pray that you would bless our city, and thank you for the impact that you have allowed all of these persons to touch our city in some way. And we pray that you would bless their families. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Council members request to add items to future agendas.
Madam Mayor, only what the staff mentioned just a few minutes ago about adjusting our ordinances so it corresponds with the charter. I think they're going to bring it to us anyway, but I wanted to bring it up. Encourage them to do it sooner than later.
Our charter supersedes. Thank you. All Communications Council members. Councilman Deere.
Yeah, I just want to say, our city is under this storm watch, and fortunately, we haven't heard of any, God forbid, fatalities or any injuries. There is property damage in Carson, and as we look at and assess the property damage, have the Public Works Department handle the public right-of-way, but there is private property too that might benefit from some federal grants, maybe FEMA money or some other grants like that. So maybe that should be something that we should consider for our residents. Other than that, Madam Mayor, I just want to say God bless Carson and good night.
Good night, Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you. I attended the ICA conference this past weekend in Santa Barbara, and luckily I didn't get rained out until the last day. Had to come back early so that I didn't have to get stuck there. But a lot of it had to do with public safety and the cameras. I know we're working on that. But they did discuss the Brown Act and some other issues that have to do with the demeanor of at the council meetings. So when people come in and they're disruptive, there is a protocol on how to handle those situations, and it also applies to staff and council members. So I think we need to, if Madam City Attorney, if we could review that, bring it back and make sure that we understand what the protocol is when we have disruptive individuals out in the audience, and as well as staff, and including the council. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In keeping in line with the rains that we're having, I have several constituents in District 3 who are having mudslides in their backyard, along with Southern California Edison's pole in the backyard. I'll talk with staff offline to deal with the Public Works Department to address at least 4 of them that I know that I have to contact probably sometime tonight as well. The other thing was in addressing the license plate readers. We were just talking about doing a PSA or getting stuff out. I think it was Beverly Hills or someone else had something on the news putting it out that that's what they're looking forward to doing, and I just need to make sure we get our information out to let the community know that when you come through this city, you will be seen at some form or fashion. So other cities are coming on board with the same type of equipment that we've already are installing, but I need to make sure we get our stuff out so people know what's going on here in the city of Carson.
MPT.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to inform the residents that on February 13th at 7 p.m., we'll have a town hall meeting, a listening session at Stevenson Park in regards to the homeless project that has been mentioned, at the unhoused project that has been mentioned at the extended stay. I wanted to hear the residents' thoughts. I've been getting quite a few calls. I have met with the CEO, happened to be down here, called me on my phone. I met him in 5 minutes. Met him down there to just walk with him, and he explained some stuff that I think we need to talk. Got to come to our community, and he's going to come to the council and present. He would love to come to the council and present. There's a difference between Project Room Key and what they're attempting to do. And I wanted to hear the thoughts of the residents so that we could take our questions back to him so that he can answer them. And then he will be able to come and put a presentation together. I also would like to know who in Carson handles our relationship with the county to get vouchers and services. He said that that would play an important role in making sure that the people who are housed here are people actually from Carson, for us to have that relationship with the county. So we want to make sure if we don't have that relationship, to develop that relationship. So I think it's important that you would meet me on February 13th at Stevenson Park, and then 2 weeks later we'll be at Hemingway Park. We just kind of want to go on a listening tour because Centerview and Stevenson Village have been reaching out, and Galaxy West has been reaching out. And as I've indicated to you in the grocery store and Home Depot, when you see me walking, I found out about it the same day you found out about it when it came out in the newspaper. So this council had no hand in it, no dealing in it, and we're trying to make sure that it will be conducive to our city. It is a state-mandated program, so we're trying to figure out, but we want to hear exactly from you. We haven't signed off on anything. It doesn't require our signature to sign off on anything, but we do want to have our hand at the helm to make sure that our community stays safe. So that's what I wanted to report tonight, and ask you to meet me at the town hall listening tour and meeting. And we'll also talk about public safety and upcoming developments.
Thank you, and make sure that I will be there to also. So you should put that on my calendar. To the city manager, is this the Weingard Foundation? Are they going this? Okay. Yeah, we want to meet with them. Okay, very good. What I'd like to do is right now is to thank the Carson residents and my colleagues. It's been 3.5 years since I've been the mayor of this great city. And I want to thank my colleagues for working. We've been working together 90% of the time. Councilman Hicks, Hilton, Rojas. We have developed a team. Councilman Jim Deere, I want to thank you as well. But it's a pleasure to come to our meetings without all the bickering, and we want to not have it because it's all right to disagree. but there's a way to be respectful, and we want to prevent all the name calling and things like that. We're better than that as a city. So I want to thank everyone, my colleagues, the residents, 3.5 years. I've enjoyed the ride. I've been on the city council for, I think, 20 years now, and I became interested. I decided to become a councilwoman because at that time I said I was going to be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. And so I decided to become a part of the solution because I didn't agree with everything that was going on the city council and how we were not getting our fair share of all this revenue that's running around in this city, which now I'm pleased to say that we're getting our just dues. So I really want to thank the staff that we have here tonight that's been put together for all you guys' hard work. I know sometimes I'm not. Am I, Mrs. City Manager? I'm okay. But also I want to let you know some upcoming events that I will be hosting in partnership with some of the other organizations. And please mark your calendars. On February 22nd, I will be at Cal State University Dominguez Hills for a spring career and internship fair, fostering our relationships, and that will be from 12 to 3. I'm working with Cal State Dominguez on this. It's an intern for all industries will be there. And I just passed out some invitations for my State of the City address. Buckle up, March 23rd. We're going to be March 21st, 11 to 2. In partnership with the Chamber, we'll be having my third State of the City address, and I had to let them know I wasn't a guest. I was I'm not a guest at my own State of the City. So we have some good things in store for you for the State of the City. We're gonna be bringing, but I want you to be there. We're inviting all the mayors and our residents. It's very important for me to have my residents here in the city of Carson at the State of the City. I love the business community, but at the end of the day, I need to let our residents know what's going on in the city of Carson, and that's some of the positive feedback that we received from the last State of the City. Our goal is this year we had over 500 people, I think, at the last one. We're looking for 800 people to be at this one. Yeah, you have to reach for the sky. I'm not, we're gonna come out and it's the second level. We have to go there. And we've already met with the Chamber and we're looking for trying to reach that goal. So I encourage everyone that's listening to me, more information will be forthcoming, but you will enjoy it. We just don't get up and read a statement. That's not what we do. On March, that's on the 21st. And to our residents, in March, you will see all the streets being repaired and resurfaced in all districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. That should start, am I correct? March. We have contractors that's coming in, and promises made, promises kept is what I call them. We promised that we were going to take this city and turn it back into the city that we're accustomed to, and that's what my colleagues and I have been doing. Promises made, promises kept. Moving this city forward to become the destination city that is supposed to be. And I'm excited about the fact that we are able to do this, and we have a nice, robust reserve, the largest as we've ever had in 50 years. I'm excited about that. And again, to the staff, I've always say we set policy on the city council, and we request that you implement those policies. I always hear, well, the staff did this. No, this council set the policies, and some of these initiatives that brought us in additional revenue, it was a bold move on my part. It was a bold move for my Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilman Hicks is sitting up here with us to say, okay, it's not about us being reelected. It's about what's best for the city of Carson. You cannot run a city with $20 million in reserve. It just won't happen, okay? Not in today's time. So I just want to say thank you to all of you guys, and I like this diversity that I'm seeing on our management team. I love it. So look forward, March, your streets will be resurfaced. If they miss you, feel free to call our Public Works Director at 310-830-7600. That's the number. You can either ask for Robert Lennox, or you can ask for our wonderful Director of Public Works, Arlington Rogers. He has just done a phenomenal job. He's just taken over, and we challenged him, and he's continued to prove that he's the man, the right man for the job at the right time. So I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to seeing everyone at our State of the City address. And without anything else to say, staff, do you have any comments? None. This meeting is adjourned. Councilman Hicks has put in a request for a carrot cake. It's his birthday. Next week, next council meeting. Carrot cake, carrot cake.
Good evening. I'd like to call the Planning Commission meeting to order, a special called meeting Wednesday, January 31st, 2024. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America? Mr. Guerra, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
Yes, please stand. Place your right hands over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Secretary, would you please call for the roll call?
Yes. Interim Chair Thomas is excused. Interim Chair Diaz.
Can't hear you.
Interim Chair Thomas is excused. Interim Chair Diaz.
Present.
Commissioner Doctossel.
Present.
Commissioner Guerra.
Present.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Monteclaro is excused. Commissioner Rashad is excused. Commissioner Mfume. Not here. Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. You didn't call Huff?
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. Commissioner Huff.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Attorney Jones, please. Okay. So I'd like to move to oral communications for non-public hearing items listed on the agenda for the members of the public here. Are there any speaker cards, Madam Secretary, on non-agendized items?
Yes, there is.
Okay, may I please have them?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for clarification's sake, it appears that these are speaker cards for the agendized item, so we can skip the non-public comment and move into the actual agendized item. And Mr. Assistant City Attorney Jones, can you please clarify?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Diaz. So item 4 is for oral communications for non-public hearing items listed on the agenda. The public hearing tonight, item number 5, is there will be a separate oral communication right after this. So it's our understanding that these comments relate to the public hearing. So if there's no further public comments that do not relate to the public hearing to other items on the agenda, then we can move through this item and call the public hearing.
So we'll go ahead and call the public hearing. Carson zoning ordinance and zoning map comprehensive update, phase 1, residential mixed use, certain commercial and general provisions, zoning text amendment number 195-23, and zone change number 190-23. The request is to consider adoption of a resolution recommending that the City Council find a CEQA exemption and adopt, 1, a comprehensive amendment to the provisions of the Carson zoning ordinance, Chapter 1 of Article 9 of the Carson Municipal Code, pertaining to residential and mixed-use zoning districts and uses, including certain commercial and general provisions consistent with the 2040 Carson General Plan. And 2, a comprehensive amendment to the Carson zoning map pertaining to residential and mixed-use zoning districts, effectuating rezoning of properties consistent with the 2040 General Plan. Staff, could we please have your report?
So, Commissioner, Madam, members of the commission, we're missing our chair tonight, our interim chair, Diane Thomas. So, it would be helpful if we could get a consensus of the commissioners to name a chair to preside over this hearing. So, if we could entertain just a consensus vote for one of the commissioners to be the chair for the evening and to preside over this hearing, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, opportunity for fellow commissioners to make that known tonight.
I would. Yes, acting chair.
Commissioner Guerra?
Yes, thank you, sir. I move to temporarily make the Commissioner Diaz or acting chair Diaz to fill the position of chairperson for tonight's meeting.
And I would second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call for vote. Consensus, everyone say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays? So moved. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We would go ahead and proceed. Staff, would you please give your presentation?
Thank you very much. Tonight we're going to revisit the draft comprehensive zoning code update and the associated map. This is not the first time that this has been before the commission nor the public. In August of 2023, the Planning Commission voted to continue this item to allow for more public outreach opportunity and more feedback. Since then, we've completed and have an ongoing public outreach program, and we're going to present the proposed changes and the draft that we are recommending for approval to the City Council tonight. And with that, I'm going to be passing it off to our consultant. She's going to take you through the report, give you all the pertinent information, and then I'll close it out after that. And so right now you'll be hearing from Vivian, our consultant. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Members of the commission, it's nice to be back with you again now that we've reached this hopefully major milestone in this process. We've done a PowerPoint that goes over what we're going to be covering in this phase of the zoning code, but I think we're particularly interested in hearing from you, the members of the commission, and the audience. So this is by way of introduction to provide a context for everybody about what are we all doing here. So you'll notice, first of all, that this says Draft Zoning Code Phase 1. We have divided this process of updating the zoning code into two parts. The first part deals with residential uses and the districts, the zoning districts in which residential uses are allowed, along with compatible non-residential uses. We're also carrying forward a number of provisions from the existing code. Some of them will be revised in Phase 2. Others were adopted by the council recently after extensive deliberation, and we're reaffirming those. So the numbering may be a little different. They may be in a different place in the ordinance, but the mobile home overlay district will continue to be in effect as it was approved by the city council last summer, along with a number of other provisions that were adopted in order to bring the city into compliance with state housing law. So we'll get into that a little bit more, and I can go into more detail in response to questions. But what we're going to talk about tonight is why we're doing this, and your planning manager provided some information about that. An overview of the process we went through to get to this point, the schedule for finishing it. Then we're going to hold a public hearing, and a public hearing before the Planning Commission is required by state law. What the Planning Commission hopefully will be doing after the public hearing is discussing what they heard, asking questions, and then taking an action. The Planning Commission's action will be adoption of a recommendation to the City Council. Because a zoning code is law, it has to be approved by the City Council, which is the legislative body for the city of Carson. It adopts all kinds of laws, and the zoning code is a law. So the Planning Commission will be making recommendations, and then hopefully the City Council will be acting on it very soon in the future. And then we'll talk about those things. So that's on the right side of that screen is the land use diagram from the general plan. And you'll see when we look at the zoning map, it looks similar to that. So the areas that are in the center on the left are the ones primarily that we'll be dealing with, except for those that are commercial only. All of that gray area is industrial, either heavy industrial or light industrial. That's going to be in Phase 2. This is the proposed zoning map for Phase 1. So you can see it covers a good part of that area, but not all of it. The areas that are in the yellow tones are residential zones, and we'll talk a little about those. And in the middle, the red, the purple are commercial mixed-use zones that include both residential uses and non-residential uses, which is one of the features of this zoning code, is allowing and encouraging more residential uses in the areas where commercial uses occur. So people are closer to the places where they shop to meet their daily needs, and maybe closer to their jobs as well. So here are the major project objectives. The city was obliged to implement the general plan housing element. State law requires that zoning be consistent with the general plan. This requirement didn't apply to charter cities like Carson for a long time, but the state legislature changed the law and now requires that zoning be consistent with the general plan. The housing element is part of the general plan, and there are a wide variety of other requirements that the state has for housing, so it was very important that the city implement these, and that's a major focus of this zoning update. We want to make sure the zoning code is consistent with applicable federal and state law. Unfortunately, the law frequently changes, especially the housing law. And in fact, since the accessory dwelling unit regulations were adopted last summer, there were yet more amendments to that set of requirements. For one, that the governor signed into law last fall. So we have tried to make the code as up-to-date as possible and to make it consistent with the law as it exists at the time that you adopt it. We tried to make the code easier to understand, easier for staff to administer, easier for the Planning Commission and the council to administer when they have to make decisions about zoning. One of the things that we did was a lot of reorganization. We found it was very difficult to find provisions in the document. So we've tried to make it easier to find provisions. We've done things like changing the color of fonts. So we highlight the titles of sections to make them stand out, to make them easier to find. And we've got a lot more graphics and tables as well. We also are trying to come up with a code that reflects what we call best practices. What's the best thinking on how cities and counties should go about implementing their plans? There are a lot of new ideas in plans. What are the ways, what are the methods, what are the regulations that other jurisdictions are using to implement those? And we try to reflect that and up-to-date approaches. Another thing that this code was required to do, but it also, again, it makes the code much easier to use, is to establish clear and objective design standards. Now, what this means is when you have a statement in your zoning code, as many have for many, many years, that design should be compatible with the neighborhood. If you ask different people, what does compatible with the design of the neighborhood mean, they're going to come up with completely different responses. So what the state said you need to do, particularly what you have to do with respect to standards that are applicable to residential development, but also what we're trying to do for non-residential development, because it's the fair and good and reasonable thing to do, is to try and be very specific about, what does Carson mean when you say that design should be compatible? What things are you trying to be compatible with? So this is what this project was about. Here are some highlights of the housing element that were implemented in the zoning code. Some of them very specific. Removing conditional use permit requirements for most multifamily residential projects. That's something the state wants to see. And hopefully by replacing some of the language in the existing code and some of the procedures with lots of specific standards and requirements, we have addressed many of the issues that are of concern to the community and to neighbors, the kinds of issues they'll raise when they come to a hearing. So removing the conditional use permit requirement means no public hearings. The current code has separate standards for condominiums and multifamily. Well, a condominium is a multifamily development. It has many units in it. I'm not sure why the city did this initially. I think what they were trying to do is distinguish condominium projects in which people own their units from apartments where people rented. Well, the fact is people who rent are just as good as people who own. And what we tried to do was ensure that the same standards are applicable based on the type of structure. How many units does it have in it? How high is it? Rather than how people occupy their units. How do they pay for their living space? We reviewed and revised parking standards, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We've tried to streamline development review. One aspect of that is the review of affordable housing projects, and that's another mandate from the state, but also by making the standards and procedures objective, making it very clear. So anybody should be able to look at the rules and know what they are. You don't need somebody to make speeches on it. All you have to do is look at it, read it, and it's very clear something is either allowed or it's not allowed. We revised the density bonus provisions to comply with state law. And in phase 2, we'll also be codifying regulations for review and approval of community benefits. The accessory dwelling unit standards have been revised to comply with the latest changes in state law. And finally, the housing element made a point about the importance of maintaining and preserving mobile home parks as an important source of housing that's affordable, especially for seniors. So we've incorporated, we're carrying forward the mobile home park overlay district regulations that were already adopted. They are not being changed. A few more points. State is very concerned about removing constraints to development of housing for people with disabilities. This includes all kinds of residential care facilities, so we've done that. We've amended the code to revise emergency housing regulations and including some new requirements for a type of emergency housing called a low barrier navigation center. Now, again, somebody still has to come in and propose these and develop these in accord with the requirements. They don't automatically appear. The city is not required to develop them itself, but the city is required to ensure that it can accommodate them. Similarly, new and revised requirements for transitional and supportive housing, including single-room occupancy residential units, which are also an important source of housing, affordable housing for many elderly seniors, and also for people who are transitioning out of a homeless situation. The code facilitates commercial to residential conversions. There's a lot of unused and underused commercial property in the city. An emphasis of the general plan is to return that to productive use. So we've got new mixed-use zones and regulations and provisions to promote residential development to make it easier to develop it on underused commercial sites and vacant parcels. And finally, promoting the development of neighborhoods serving retail uses, grocery stores in residential areas. And again, this isn't going to happen overnight. The city is not going to open grocery stores, although it could if it really wanted to, but that's not what's proposed here. What we tried to do was make it easier for someone to develop those kinds of important uses. So here's the process. As you can see, we've been going at this for a long time. Although not as long as some jurisdictions take to do this. So we started looking at the zoning in May of 2021. We drafted revised zoning for staff in March 2022, and then we started revising it in response to staff comments. The draft went to the Planning Commission for review at a study session in July 2023. We had another one in August 2023. And what we're targeting is adoption after public hearings sometime between January and May of 2024. So the general plan was adopted in May of 2023, April of 2023. So it'll be about a year after the general plan if we can pull this off, which is a very good schedule. If the city does it, it's something definitely to be proud of. So here are some of the kinds of things we've done to make the code easier to use. And we've highlighted this in a graphic on the right side. The district regulations are organized and presented to make it easy for somebody who owns property or somebody who wants to establish a use to decide where to put it. So you'll be able to look at the requirements for different residential districts or different mixed-use districts and see, oh, well, in this district, I can only go to this height. In this district, I can go higher. Or in this district, I can only put in this many units. In this district, I can put in more. Or this kind of store that I want, it's allowed by right here, but here I need to go through a use permit process. We've added a completely new section that says this is how you take measurements and make and calculate the things that you need to be able to calculate and measure in order to implement the code. Because it's, you ask two people, how high is that building? And you'll get 2 or 3 different answers. What do you measure the building to? Do you measure it to the top of the parapet? If it's a building that has a pitched roof, do you measure it to the top of the ridge? It's done in different ways in different jurisdictions. So what we've done in this section is say, this is how it's being done consistently in Carson. We've added a lot more tables, and there are a lot of graphics that are included already. We're going to be doing more graphics as we go through the review and feel the need for them. We're alphabetizing more sections to make it easier to find them when you use the code, particularly the section on requirements for specific uses. We're alphabetizing that because now it's very hard to find many of these provisions. So even though we're not changing the provisions in all cases, we're reformatting them and alphabetizing them to make it easier to find them. The organization of the code is intended to reflect how frequently different provisions are used. So in the very back are the definitions and use types. It's sort of a reference section. In the beginning are the districts, because that's what a lot of people want to know. What are the rules for the area where I live, and so forth and so on. Rather than repeating certain provisions like appeals for every different kind of permit, those are consolidated. Public noticing, that's consolidated. And finally, we're updating the definitions and the use types to make it easier to implement the code. So this is what the districts are. We've got residential districts, which include a little bit of non-residential use, but are primarily housing. Mixed-use districts, which are, in some cases, you might have freestanding residential buildings or freestanding commercial buildings, but you also may have residential buildings with commercial uses on the ground floor, or commercial buildings with commercial uses on the ground floor, offices above, and so forth. The mobile home park overlay is a residential district. And then we've got specific plans. Now, we're not copying all the specific plans into the zoning code. What the zoning code does is list them, map them, and establish some consistent rules for amending specific plans and modifying their provisions. And then here are the contents. Each one of the parts of the code that are related to districts, each division has the same contents. A statement of purposes. This is what we're trying to accomplish with the low, medium density residential district. This is what we're trying to accomplish with the downtown mixed-use district. And these purposes come from the general plan. We have use regulations. So use regulations say these uses are permitted by right. And by right means if you meet all of the standards that are in the code, and you submit all of the plans that are needed to approve to make a planning decision, your use is allowed. Some uses, because even though they're consistent with the general plan, might in certain locations or because of certain characteristics of the use have adverse impacts. Those require a conditional use permit, which is either a minor use permit, which is approved by the director, the community development director, and may be appealed to the Planning Commission, or a use that requires a conditional use permit always does, that is approved by the Planning Commission. And then we've got development and design standards. In this district, how tall can buildings be? How dense can residential be? What do the side yards have to be? What does the front yard have to be? And so forth. And finally, a whole lot of what we call supplemental regulations. The requirements for the provisions for doing lot splits, provisions for certain kinds of commercial buildings, to commercial ground floors to ensure that they work well. All kinds of additional requirements, something we call a daylight plane that requires that new buildings be set back a certain distance from the property line to ensure that light gets to the upper floors of buildings. So those provisions, the types of provisions, are in the contents of every set of district regulations. Then we have what we call general regulations. They're general because they apply either throughout the city or in many districts. And those are divided into two types. They're in parts 3A and 3B of Phase 1. 3A is what we call site design and development standards. Off-street parking and loading requirements, landscaping, screening and fencing, and also things like noise and light and glare. So these relate to how you design a site. Then we've got the second set, and those are regulations for specific uses. So again, in alphabetical order, accessory, and this is a short, abbreviated list. Accessory dwelling units, adult uses, which will be essentially what's in the existing code. We're not going to change those. Alcohol sales, which are in many communities a big issue, so different kinds of regulations depending on the kind of establishment. Community assembly. And community assembly includes religious assembly as well as other kinds of assembly like labor halls, meeting halls, and so forth. Convenience and discount stores, again, essentially carrying forward your existing requirements. Non-conforming uses, which will be in Phase 2. Temporary uses, which are uses that occur for a limited, defined period of time, everything from Christmas tree lots, pumpkin sales, street sales for certain kinds of businesses and so forth. They require a permit and have to comply with the appeal period is much shorter because the use is going to be short. Outdoor sales, and then signs, which will be in Phase 2, and we're actually recommending that signs be taken out of the zoning code altogether and put in a different part of the municipal code. Then we've got a lot of provisions on how are decisions made. Who makes the decisions? Who are what we refer to as the planning authorities? And we've got a table that summarizes their roles. The common procedures that I mentioned before for noticing public hearings, appeals, and so forth. Zoning compliance review, which is the process that you go through to decide whether you've met the requirements for establishing a use by right. Staff will sit down with the application and with the zoning code and say, okay, you've met this requirement, this requirement, this requirement, and they'll sign off on it, and you can do it as long as you do what you said you were going to do in the application. Development and site plan review, which is a process that you have now, but we've tweaked it somewhat to make sure that it meets the state's requirements for objective design standards and procedures. The two types of use permits that I mentioned before, these are very similar to what is in effect now. Community benefits, which was discussed briefly in the general plan and is going to be in phase 2, a very, very complex topic that probably is best postponed until we get to it in phase 2. Variances and exceptions. A variance is, under state law, it's a waiver from the law when what somebody proposes to do is still consistent with the general plan and the general purposes of the district, but because of some characteristic, some physical characteristic of the property, its shape, its configuration, its topography, if you met the letter of the law, you might not be able to develop that property. So that's a variance. And an exception is a more moderate form of variance, and that's when it's it's a good sense waiver without making somebody go through all the regulations and all of the hoops that they have to go through to get a variance, because variances are supposed to be for very special circumstances. Exceptions are, yeah, there's something that doesn't make sense about this, but nobody is hurt by it. It's going to be fine. Everybody agrees, so the director can approve it. Requirements for specific plans and master plans, provisions for ensuring that uses are consistent with the general plan. This is going to be particularly important with respect to the uses that will not be addressed until phase 2. In the interim, they still have to be consistent with the general plan. And there's a process laid out for making that determination. And finally, enforcement and abatement, because what's the point of going through all this if it's not adhered to? So how do you enforce it? And what do you do if you have a situation that is inconsistent? Terms and references, we're almost done with this now. Definitions, rules for measurement and calculation, and types of uses. So these are your reference sections, so lots of diagrams like those. How do you measure a lot that's pie-shaped or that has a long driveway, what we call a dog leg? So that gets us to where we were going to go. We're going to have a public hearing. And do you want to raise those now or wait until after the hearing?
We would raise it now. Do you want me to do it?
Okay, because I think it was put in the PowerPoint at the end. I can go over it now, though. Okay, so let's highlight this now. So when the action that's going to be taken tonight includes, first of all, the recommendation to the City Council hopefully for adoption of the draft. Also, it is your responsibility to make a recommendation on a CEQA determination. So what we've done is an environmental consultant did an analysis which has been available for public review and you've received, that goes through the phase one of the zoning ordinance, the provisions, and explains why no further environmental review is required, because all of the issues have been adequately addressed in the environmental impact report that the council approved for the general plan. And since the zoning code's purpose is to implement the general plan, it is essentially, it's not changing anything in the general plan. It's just establishing regulations for it. So the CEQA analysis says that it's consistent, both the language, the text, and the map. And because the guidelines say once an EIR is certified, you don't need to do another one. Based on the analysis, the zoning code is not going to result in any significant new impact that was not identified previously, or make worse an impact that was identified previously. And no mitigation measures or alternatives have been identified that are different from what was evaluated previously. So that's the basis for the recommendation that we hope you make, that the determination that environmental review meets the requirements of state law has been done. And here's the language. And here are the provisions in state law about that. And then, yeah, you can do this one.
We're not closing.
We're about to open it.
No, I mean, okay.
So just to be clear, the staff's recommendation, and this is going to be after the public hearing, but the staff's recommendation is to adopt the proposed resolution that's attachment 1 to the staff report. And the title of the resolution is quoted on the screen right there, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Carson, recommending that the City Council make a determination of applicability of CEQA guidelines, section 15168C2, and approve zone text amendment number 19523 and zone change number 19023 for a phase 1 comprehensive residential and mixed use update and amendment to the Carson zoning ordinance and zoning map. And we do have one proposed amendment to that resolution as it appears in your attachment 1 to your staff report, which is that we would be adding a new section 4F to the 4AF to the resolution, A1F, which would just be to authorize, to make any modifications as necessary to carry through the provisions of ordinance number 23-2303 without substantive amendment. That's the mobile home overlay district ordinance that was already adopted in 2023. The intent is to carry that through without any substantive amendment. There's a couple discrepancies in part 2 of the draft ordinance that need to be cleaned up to make sure that that's consistent with the existing ordinance number 23-2303 without any substantive amendment. So we would just add that paragraph to the resolution, and we would also reflect that modification in subsection B1 of section 4 of the resolution. So as you can see there, that resolution includes the CEQA action as well that Ms. Khan was talking about. So I think with that, the staff report is concluded. That's the staff's recommendation, and we're ready to open the public hearing.
Thank you, staff.
And we're, of course, available for questions from the commission.
So we'll go ahead and open up for the public hearing for or discussions on item number 5 that we've just received the presentation. I'll first begin with my colleagues on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Guerra.
Thank you, Acting Chair Diaz. I have a quick question, hopefully Vivian and or our manager or city attorney, because I'm assuming that a lot of people are not familiar with CEQA guidelines and even probably may not know what CEQA does. So can you provide a quick overview of the CEQA process and who certifies the CEQA document? And maybe include the definition of the housing element and how it affects our general plan. I'm complete, thank you.
Oops. Okay, I'm not an attorney, but so hopefully I can explain this in terms that everybody will understand. So the California Environmental Quality Act, what's referred to as CEQA, is a law that says when a public agency undertakes an action that may have a potentially significant effect on the environment, it has to examine that action. It has to do an analysis. And then it has to try to make whatever adjustments are possible in that action to reduce the significant impact on the environment. In the case of general plans, obviously, adoption of a new plan is going to have a major effect on a jurisdiction. At least we hope so. That's the intention. And in some cases, it's going to increase traffic. It may shift traffic from one area to another. It may result in development, for example, in Carson, on sites that have been used for industrial purposes, that have been polluted. So there's a potential adverse impact, and you have to do something about that. You may create additional noise. That has to be addressed. There are going to be new buildings that are going to be brighter than a lot of the existing developments. So all of those things have to be examined, and if something is determined to be a significant or a potentially significant impact, you have to explain that it's either significant, but it's important, and there are overarching circumstances that require you to approve it anyhow, or that you've taken steps to mitigate it, to reduce the significance of that impact to less than significant levels. So that's what was done for the general plan, and because the zoning code is implementing the general plan, and it's another action, which in some cases, some jurisdictions might significantly change the zoning code from a general plan, and there might in fact be an impact that wasn't previously discussed. That would have to be disclosed, and you might have to do an additional document. In this case, because we did it pretty soon after the general plan, no need for examining impacts you didn't identify. Nothing has happened that wasn't anticipated. So we were able to recommend that the Planning Commission tell the City Council, we've reviewed this, and our recommendation is that you can find that there are no new impacts, that the city has met all of the requirements in the law, and no need to do a subsequent or supplemental environmental impact report, because the conditions that existed haven't changed since the environmental impact report for the general plan was adopted, and this is consistent with that general plan. With respect to housing, The housing element is one of 7 elements that comprise the general plan. They're sort of sometimes viewed as chapters of a general plan, but what they really are issues that the general plan needs to address. And whereas for many years in the past, land use was the most important part of the general plan, since the state legislature became very concerned about the need to build housing in California, and especially affordable housing, the housing element has become one of the most important, if not the most important element in the general plan. And there are very, very lengthy requirements for doing a housing element that meets state requirements. And there are potentially, some would say, dire consequences for jurisdictions that fail to adopt a housing element that meets the state requirements. Essentially, you can lose the ability to ultimately make approve and make decisions on residential development. So that's happened to a few jurisdictions. So we took a lot of care to write a housing element for your consideration, which was ultimately adopted, that the state would accept. And one of the things the housing element has to include is a program, a set of actions that say, this is what we're going to do now to implement the housing element. And those actions that I listed on on 2 of the slides are things that were in the housing element that directly relate to the zoning code. So we said we were going to do these things, and the state wants to see that they were done. So we're hoping that the state is going to be very happy with what Carson has done, because we have tried to adhere to both the letter and the spirit of the law with respect to the provisions for housing. Was that both of your questions?
Yes, that helps a lot.
Good.
But who certifies the ER?
Okay. Ultimately, it's the city council, so you're making a recommendation, but the determination is with the ultimate body that makes the decision.
To certify the EIR?
The EIR has already been certified.
Right.
It was with the general plan when that was adopted. The
You make a
council certified the
determination.
EIR.
No, correct.
So what you're determining is that under this CEQA guidelines provision, the general plan EIR covers this. This zoning code update is within the scope of what was already considered in the general plan EIR, and no further environmental document is required. We do have an ESA study that's attachment 4 to your staff report that goes through it, looks at it, and confirms after analysis that this is within the scope of the general plan EIR. It was considered, the impacts were considered there. It's consistent, it's within the scope, and no further environmental document is required. Another EIR, a subsequent EIR, a new EIR, none of that is required to be certified this time around. And it's worth mentioning that in the 2023 general plan EIR that was certified with the general plan, there were some potential environmental impacts that were identified in that EIR, and there were mitigation measures included in the general plan EIR to address those impacts. And those mitigation measures would continue to be binding on people who use the general plan for CEQA. But the ESA study concluded there's no further impacts from this project.
Thank you.
It's essentially within the scope of the same project that was analyzed in the general plan EIR.
Thank you, I'm complete.
Any other questions from the diocese? Not, can I go to the speaker cards or for the public to speak? Okay. And you'll have 3 minutes on the item to speak. I'll begin with Socorro Magana. If you would please come forward.
translating for her. So, are you a translator? Oh, okay, good.
Please.
Thought you were coming to rescue me. Okay, so she's just announcing that her name is Socorro Magana.
Estoy confusa me llegó el papel, yo vivo por la Gardina Boulevard en Avalon.
I'm confused
Before,
about
excuse me,
these-
we're going to give you 6 minutes, 3 minutes for her to speak and 3 minutes for you to interpret.
That's reasonable. So 3 minutos para ti y 3 minutos para hablar de lo que estás diciendo.
Okay.
Okay, so she just said that she's a little confused about the notice that she received in the mail regarding what we're speaking of today.
Y somos 81 familias que vivimos en Rancho Domínguez Motorhomes. Entonces, apenas logramos quedarnos en nuestras casas y ahorita estamos asustados otra vez. No sé lo que va a pasar con esto. Entonces, yo quisiera pues estar un poquito más de pérdida, un año más que apenas salimos del estrés tan fuerte que teníamos de perder nuestras casas.
So she's 85 residents. She's from a mobile home park in Gardena. And they're a little stressed out and confused about what's going to happen with their park because they just fought about the park being staying open. So they're just wondering what's happening, with their park. So they're kind of confused about the notice that they received regarding this hearing today.
Entonces, pues.
I can respond to that now if that would help.
Va a dar una respuesta el abogado.
Muchas gracias.
The attorney will
Eso es
respond.
todo. Muchas gracias.
Okay, so this action will not close your mobile home park. Your mobile home park is open. It's not closing. Your mobile home park is within the mobile home overlay district, and this action carries the mobile home overlay district through. It's not changing. It's remaining in effect through this, no change.
La zona no va a afectar el parque donde estás. No tiene ningún cambio en tu parque. Eso no es para que te preocupes.
Pero sí vamos a seguir siendo Carson.
Are they still going to continue to be part of Carson?
Yes, the mobile home park is in Carson, not Gardena.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, muchas gracias.
Thank
I'm
you.
happy.
Thank you. She's happy.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to call John Smith as our next speaker. John, are you here? I apologize. It's Jan. My apologies. Now, can you please come to the mic, please? And my apologies, Jan.
The only thing this adorable young lady here who presented it and talked about the mobile home park, that's what we were all, I think most of us were worried about because it's very hard to navigate the website to get all this information. But anyway, so I do thank you for that. But I am concerned though, because our mobile home park owner always is still trying to close the park and everything else. And, and so he's always harboring on still like non-conforming, they're non-conforming. So I wanted to know with this non-conforming use that's gonna be in phase 2, is that going to affect?
No. The mobile home parks under the mobile home zone ordinance.
Right.
That mobile home park is not considered non-conforming anymore because it's in the. If you're talking about Rancho Dominguez, it's
Yep.
not.
You
It's
got-
not considered non-conforming anymore because it's in the mobile home overlay district, and that's not changing as part of this ordinance.
Hallelujah, thank you.
Thank you. Robin Burse, please.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I just have 3 things of interest. The infrastructure, at what point does that come into play with the zoning? For example, if you have a condo unit, will there be a school? Is that incorporated with that? What will the impact be to law enforcement or to a new fire station? That's the first question. I'll give you all three. The other thing is what actions can we take or the zoning committee take to mitigate the potential traffic increase flow on the major thoroughfares and residential streets being used as a thoroughfare. And lastly, with this development where we have this land over here, I'm sure everyone knows all this land. Is that part of the zoning, I guess, presentation? The land I'm speaking about is right over here off the 405 where the stadium did not go.
Yeah, the 56 acres?
Pardon me?
The 56 acres?
Yes, yes.
100, yeah,
That was
157.
my 3 points. If someone can speak to that, I appreciate.
Sure. Staff?
Did you get them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Should I start with the first one and then? Okay. First, zoning concerns private property. You zone sites. You don't zone the street. So infrastructure that serves private property is dealt with in the municipal code, but in other parts of the municipal code. There are other laws that say services have to be provided. School districts, as many of you probably realize, are not run by the city. They're separate districts. They're separate legal entities. One of the things that the general plan looked at was locations for where schools were appropriate, and that's something you generally deal with in a general plan to make sure that there's land available for schools, but you don't regulate the schools through the zoning ordinance. New development